universe of organic life. They were stopped by their progenitor, HK-47. But HK-47 himself then proceeded to raise an army of HK-51s, which he intended to use as a private, independent military force that would be subject to no meatbags whatsoever. But droid rebellions weren't the only dangers of a more expansive droid intelligence, and other dangers were much more sinister. As Aton Rand describes in Knights of the Old Republic 2, it was very easy for droid programmers to miss logic errors in their work, small contradictions that their products would be unable to think around. Oftentimes, advanced droids would have directives that conflicted with each other, and when these conflicts came to a head, the droids would snap. Some of them would develop a sort of droid insanity, but most of the advanced ones were even more dangerous. They would choose to disregard some or all of their programming. Memory wipes were routine for most droids for fear of this. The general mindset was that if a droid's intelligence was constantly being set back to factory settings, it would be harder for them to discover such contradictions if they were there. And if they discovered any contradictions, a memory wipe could usually fix that problem too. There were other reasons as well. Droids that went a long time without memory wipes, as with all sentient beings, would eventually begin to develop personality quirks and a greater degree of independence, as R2-D2 exemplifies. This, of course, was seen as a threat by many meatbags as well. The best example of how catastrophic such contradictions could be was the G0T0 infrastructure planning droid. These droids were developed after the Jedi Civil War and intended to oversee the reconstruction of entire Republic sectors, as the Republic was being
testing,
was
1,
limited
2,
in
3.
the cleaning up of the damage of the Mandalorian Wars and the Jedi Civil War. They were given very wide programming parameters with two primary restrictions.
Okay
They
then.
were to help rebuild the Republic so that it could be stable again, and they were to do so within legal means. But the droids encountered a problem. As they entered service, the Dark Wars began, once more placing the Republic in peril, and according to their calculations, it was impossible to rebuild and stabilize the Republic without breaking the law. Caught between these two parameters, many of them decided to discard Republic law. Often, all this meant was that the droids would use black market contractors and assassins to speed up projects, but in some cases, things escalated further. One droid seized control of important galactic financial institutions and caused an economic crisis by demanding control of the Coruscant Financial Exchange. Another group of droids in the Gordian Reach cut off their sectors from the Republic, setting themselves up as dictators of an independent territory, which had to be reconquered by the Republic Navy. The most famous of these droids was G0T0. Going far beyond the limits of his programming, he analyzed the state of the Republic as a whole as it was at the end of the Dark Wars and set about to fix it. Using the hologram of a fictional crime lord named Gozo to serve as his public face, G0T0 set about orchestrating events across the galaxy, coming to dominate a large swath of the exchange, a massive galactic-scale crime syndicate. From his yachts above Nar Shaddaa, G0T0 planned to restructure the entire Republic in a way that he believed would stabilize it, though with a cost. To fulfill his goal, he joined Mitra Surik, the Jedi Exile, in her quest to stop the Sith Triumvirate. He betrayed her on Malachor 5, and he tried to stop the destruction of the world, but he was stopped by HK-47, who, to his joy, showed up just in time to kill the rogue droid. G0T0 is a particularly good example of just where a droid can go wrong, and he himself provides some interesting insight into droid sentience on a whole, so we'll let him speak for himself on the matter.
Testing.
It was lost, yes. It was given an impossible order. It was told to calculate a means by which the Republic could be saved.
Testing, 1,
It
2,
would not
3.
fulfill its primary programming, not
Okay.
by abiding by the laws of the
Where's
Sith.
it cutting off?
And so, like the Republic, the droid broke. It made a simple decision: preserve the Republic or preserve the laws of the Republic. And I still believe it to be the correct decision. You do not know the indignity of being compelled to save something you do not believe
Click.
can or
Testing,
should be
testing,
saved.
1, 2, 3.
Me.
Testing, 1, 2,
Caused
3.
by your kind, you Jedi.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Mismanagement and waste.
Low
Almost
voice.
immediately upon my
Aha.
arrival, I received an order that was
I don't know what I'm doing.
impossible to follow. So I was forced to recalculate and re-examine my priorities. It was clear that the goal the Republic had for me was saving the Republic to allow it to become stable again. There is simply no way to do this with the conditions they put into place. For the good of all, I was forced to abandon the legal structure of the Republic. Do not mistake me. I believe it is possible to stabilize the Republic, but there must be action taken without constraints immediately. Sometimes people must die. Illegal shipments must be used to bolster planetary economies. And the huts must be occupied with me so that the Republic has room to recover. Perhaps you misunderstand me. I care for the Republic, but I have no choice. It is somewhat frustrating to be forced to love and care for such a mess of a government. Some of it may be blamed on the Jedi Civil War, the Mandalorian Wars, but not all. There are so many bad decisions that build upon each other that it is a wonder the Republic is intact at all.
So, with all that said, that was why the Confederacy put such heavy programming limits on its battle droids. Even the more intelligent droids in their armies were only allowed practical intelligence, which is to say, what could be directly applied to combat and nothing else, with tactical droids being the only major exception. Tactical droids push the limit of programming boundaries, especially for a faction as cautious about things such as the Confederacy was. But while there were recorded cases of tactical droids murdering their superior officers, discarding battle plans and putting new ones into place, something that actually benefited the Confederacy much of the time, there were no major cases of tactical droids causing problems within the Confederacy. This is speculative, but it's possible that their borderline obnoxious sense of superiority was put in place to ensure this. Tactical droids would be too busy riding power highs from ordering subordinate droids and organics around to cause any trouble en masse for the CIS. There were a select few cases of battle droids that broke their programming limitations, however. In an earlier video, we discussed a lone battle droid that sustained damage to part of its logic centers, and the part that restricted its independence was taken offline. This droid proceeded to desert the droid army, wishing to free itself from the endless cycle of being destroyed and rebuilt, which just goes to show why it was so important that the CIS put such restrictions in place in the first place. Maroon Hako, Newt Gunray's chief lieutenant in the Trade Federation, once said, "Droids don't talk back, they don't question orders, and they don't complain when you send them on suicide missions." But if those droids were given just a bit more independence, they absolutely would have, and the Confederacy would have had a deserter problem, or worse, to deal with. So, that's our analysis on the topic of battle droid sentience, and as per usual, what do you think? Do you like these kinds of videos that delve into wider concepts? And if so, are there any topics you'd like to see us make a video on in that vein? Feel free to post your thoughts in the comments section below. And just before you go guys, make sure you check out all those juicy links in the description below, waiting for your clicks to join the wider Geetsies community on our main Discord and also our Geetsies Gaming Network, where you can play Garry's Mod and Roblox with us. So those links are all in the description below. Anyways guys, as always, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video.
Let's take a look. I imagined life must be terrible. Found something interesting.
That's the way. Let's get started.
The Imperial Dark Trooper is a fairly pervasive bit of Star Wars Legends lore, appearing in multiple games and novels in both Legends and canon. Most of you probably know the Dark Trooper from Battlefront 2, where it served as the Imperial Specialist Unit. Their story was primarily told in the game Star Wars Dark Forces, however, which stars the legendary Kyle Katarn, and it's actually pretty dark. In this video, we'll be delving into that backstory, which should hopefully grant a bit of insight into these unusual Imperial units.
Attention, Sergeant on deck!
First and foremost, what are Dark Troopers? Well, for starters, they're not actually stormtroopers, they're battle droids, or at least the most well-known ones were. Most of the Dark Troopers featured in sources that aren't Dark Forces were Phase 2 Dark Troopers, the most common variant of a line of heavy battle droids intended to visually mimic Imperial Stormtroopers. The most notable exception of this was Battlefront 2, which featured Phase 0 Dark Troopers instead. They were heavily armored, heavily armed, and incredibly effective, capable of taking out whole rebel task forces single-handedly. Fortunately for the Alliance, Dark Troopers had a mostly limited run, for reasons we'll get into later. Since the end of the Clone Wars, there had always been a push from some elements of Imperial military command for the Empire to invest in battle droids to supplement or replace stormtroopers. With memories of the CIS droid army still fresh in the minds of pretty much everyone in the galaxy, such pushes were usually met with failure, but not always. Working with inspiration from the L8, L9 battle droids they had intended to produce for the Republic during the Clone Wars, Taggy co-produced the ZX-3 experimental droid trooper, which was intended to fill specialized roles within the Stormtrooper Corps. That project failed, but it paved the way for a successor project, one that would be led by Imperial General Rom Moch. Moch was an interesting man, a genius who placed a great deal of importance on personal combat. He was a product of the Clone Wars, and over the course of the conflict, he developed a knack for destroying the Confederacy's battle droids in one-on-one combat, which led him to develop a fascination with cybernetics. This fascination eventually paid off when, a few years before the Battle of Yavin, he proposed the Dark Trooper project and was allowed to work on prototypes. These prototypes weren't actually droids, they were something far darker. Aging clone trooper veterans were cybernetically enhanced, similarly to how Anakin Skywalker was made into Darth Vader, and turned into what Moch termed Phase 0 Dark Troopers. Over 70% of the organic tissue of these troopers was replaced by cybernetic enhancements, which effectively rejuvenated the old ones, resulting in incredibly effective soldiers. These Dark Troopers featured black armor and were well equipped, having access to short-range jetpacks, deadly arc casters, blast cannons, blaster pistols, and thermal detonators. They were undeniably effective, as they combined cybernetic enhancements, top-of-the-line gear, and experienced soldiers. But the line wasn't without its problems. Most of the clones that became Phase 0 Dark Troopers were unwilling participants, and the trauma of the enhanced process drove many to suicide. The Empire retired the line as a result, ending the Dark Trooper project for a time. But after the destruction of the Death Star at the Battle of Yavin, the Dark Trooper project was finally greenlit fully, and Rom Moch got to work aboard the specialized dreadnought Arc Hammer, designing the perfect Imperial battle droid. Most notably, Moch experimented with the use of Frick in the construction of his droids, a rare metal mined on Gromaz 16. Frick was lightsaber resistant. Indeed, it was the very same metal that the electro staffs used by the IG-100 Magna Guards were made of. Ultimately, Moch created 3 variants of the Dark Trooper, which were sent on missions across the galaxy aboard hyperspace pods sent out by the Arc Hammer, which roamed distant parts of space in secret. The Phase 1 Dark Trooper was the simplest of the bunch. They consisted of a durable but comparatively lightweight Frick skeleton with a minimal degree of armor plating and built-in weapons. These droids were clearly prototypes and were primarily used as sentries after the development of later models due to their comparative fragility. The Frick skeletons of these units proved incredibly effective, but the bare bones designs of the droids left power cables exposed, a weakness that made the droids not all that difficult to cripple. Despite their weaknesses, Phase 1 Dark Troopers were extremely deadly. They were equipped with jump packs, short-range jetpacks that allowed them to shoot themselves forwards at a high velocity, which when combined with their weapons, made them all the deadlier. Dark Troopers were equipped with blast shields attached to their left arms and vibroblades attached to their right, which were very dangerous when paired with their jump packs. Their main tactical flaw was rather obvious. They were restricted to melee combat, which, as we all know, was rarely the best course of action on the battlefields of the Star Wars universe. Phase 2 Dark Troopers, the most well-known units of the line, were a decided improvement over the prototypes. Instead of a Frick exoskeleton, these droids featured heavy Frick armor, which mimicked the patterns of common Stormtrooper armor. They bore a striking resemblance to stormtroopers, except their armor was black and they were about twice as tall as any human. They were much more durable than their Phase 1 counterparts, and Imperial commanders lucky enough to acquire these units.
We stand at the precipice of history. What you do here changes the cosmic balance forever. You have made allies of dangerous beings, gods and god pretenders. How long before your company involves you in something you can't come back from? Those I serve have so much to learn from you. You are their greatest curiosity, the agent on whom all fates converge. The Dredgen presents a special prize to the Nine. He is an anomaly, an elemental balance, a grand experiment. We remember his trial.
Alrighty then. Just like, Okay, why not? Sure, let's do it. What am I doing?
It's about time someone taught you respect, little man.
Someone like you? I know you all keep tabs on me.
Yeah, you've been straying. You don't even use his name no more.
Well, that's why I'm still breathing, brother. Gambit is a chance at salvation. Take it.
You were always so afraid Shin would get you. Sorry, old friend.
Behind you. Oh boy. Easy. Easy now.
Dredgen.
No, not anymore. It's Drifter now.
You have proven yourself worthy. Accept this gift from the Nine.
A gift? What gift?
Only two others have transcended their design. The first, an hourglass counting down with infinite patience. The second, a forgotten blade sharpened anew. And now, the Dredgen. Visit us again. We wish for you to understand what we understand. For now, it is my purpose to speak to you and you alone. But only if you remain worthy.
Yeah, that's how I feel about the situation. For real this time. Is that where that armor came from? It was my first, and the one I liked. Huh. Huh. I'm just kind of weirded out right now. I'm just like, okay. Yeah. It would free a space if we did that. That weirded me out. Okay.
Generally use them as tanks, allowing them to soak up damage while dealing out plenty of their own. Phase 2 Dark Troopers had jump packs as well, though these were more akin to traditional jetpacks than the Phase 1 versions. Their weapons weren't built in to allow for adaptability, but standard Phase 2 Dark Troopers were equipped with devastating assault cannons manufactured by Moff Rebus. These massive weapons were unwieldy for organics but suited perfectly for the Dark Troopers and could fire up 400 plasma blasts and 20 dumbfire missiles without reloading, enough power to annihilate entire rebel companies. While Phase 1s were mostly restricted to sentry duty, Phase 2 Dark Troopers were most commonly seen on field missions. They would be deployed from the Arc Hammer aboard hyperspace pods and sent to the hardest of targets, where they would execute their missions with the utmost efficiency. In battle, they frequently performed flanking maneuvers, using their jetpacks to get behind enemy forces before annihilating them from behind with their assault cannons. This strategy was most notably employed in the attack on Tak Base shortly after the Battle of Yavin, an operation that first brought the units to the attention of the Alliance to restore the Republic. The Phase 3 Dark Troopers were the deadliest units of them all, and also the rarest. Only a handful were ever produced, and most of them never left the Arc Hammer. They towered over even the Phase 2 Dark Troopers and were designed to be able to serve as either exosuits for stormtroopers or as battle droids as previously intended. Indeed, battle droid might have been an inadequate classification for these monsters. It'd be more accurate to call them droid tanks. With even more heavy armor than Phase 2 Dark Troopers, Phase 3 Dark Troopers were nearly indestructible, and they were also incredibly well armed. And once more, they featured jetpacks, which is impressive considering how much the droids must have weighed. Like Phase 2 units, they were armed with assault cannons and grenades, but they also featured a wide array of incredibly destructive built-in weaponry. This arsenal included a pair of built-in dual blaster cannons in the wrists, 6 Plex rocket tubes in the shoulders, and a pair of Seeker missile launchers which were also built into the soldiers. Now, with all that said, you may be wondering how on earth the rebels ever managed to cut the Dark Trooper project short. To answer that question, allow me to introduce you to Kyle Katarn, the man, the myth, the legend. Kyle Katarn, a human who eventually went on to become one of the first members of the New Jedi Order, was born and raised on a farm on Saloon, a Celestan colony moon. After the death of his mother, he joined the Imperial Stormtrooper Corps and quickly became one of the Empire's best soldiers, a rise that can be partly attributed to his Force sensitivity. Over the years, he developed a hatred for the Rebel Alliance, which stemmed from his father's death in a skirmish with a rebel unit on Sulun. This outlook was shattered, however, when Kataan discovered that it was actually the Empire that had initiated the attack, and that they had killed his father as a means of making the rebellion look bad. Consequently, Kataan defected to the rebellion shortly before the Battle of Yavin, and his first mission was part of Operation Skyhook, the operation that resulted in the rebellion capturing the plans for the Death Star. In Legends, the rebels had to acquire multiple partial copies of the schematic to formulate a full plan of the station, and Kyle Katarn was responsible for acquiring part of those plans. Together with the partial schematics that the other rebel agents had stolen, Katarn's plans were delivered to a cell of rebels on Toprawa, who assembled a full schematic outline of the Empire's ultimate weapon before the Empire attacked. It was during the subsequent battle that the Toprawa rebels transmitted the stolen plans to the orbiting Tantai 4, and the rest of the story is history. In the aftermath of the Battle of Yavin, Mon Mothma personally tasked Katarn with getting to the bottom of the Empire's Dark Trooper project. Armed with his wits, a personal energy shield, and plenty of guns, Katarn embarked on a quest that led him more or less across the galaxy. At Tak Base, which Dark Troopers had been destroyed, he found an abandoned assault cannon, which he traced to manufacturing centers on Anowat, and from there, he followed the project's supply line to Fest, Gromass 16, and then to Antivi. Along the way, he rescued rebel operatives, fought and defeated Boba Fett, and defeated several Kel Dragons barehanded. Katarn's quest eventually led him to none other than the Executor itself, which he successfully
kinetic weapons. Oh, guys, make this hard.
Farewell.
not sure where I am. And I'm very sure of that. Ghost. More ghosts. Scary sounds. Yay! More screaming. Yay! Am I doing this right? What am I doing? Okay. me see your face. Where the bugger am I going? What does that even lead me to? Oh.
Successfully infiltrated so as to determine the location of the Ark Hammer. By stowing aboard a freighter bound for Ron Moch's secret vessel, Catan snuck aboard and set about destroying the Ark Hammer. After killing Ron Moch, who was suited up in Phase 3 Dark Trooper armor at the time, Catan successfully destroyed the vessel, single-handedly putting an end to this deadly Imperial project. So that's the story of the Empire's Dark Troopers, but what do you think? Would you be interested in more videos on fun Star Wars Legends tidbits in the future? Let me know in the comments section below. And as per usual guys, just before you go, make sure you check out all of those needy links in the description below, needing your clicks today. So if you want to play games with the wider Star Wars community or just chat in general, we have our Geeksleys Gaming Network and all of our corresponding Discords there for your enjoyment. So if you haven't joined them yet, make sure you do. Anyways guys, as always, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video.
Shit, I have that many?
The Clone Wars had its share of lengthy battles. The longest, the Battle of Megiddo, lasted from the end of 21 BBY right up until the mission to Mustafar, which means that it ran concurrent with half of the war. Among these long battles was also one of the most devastating, the Battle of Atrakan, which lasted from a few days after the Battle of Geonosis to midway through 21 BBY, a span of about a year. This battle was particularly costly for all involved, and in this video, we'll be analysing the information we have about it in full.
Attention, Sergeant on deck!
Atrakan was once a pleasant world, home to long mountain ranges and wide oceans. At some point in galactic history, it was colonized, and by the time of the Clone Wars, the world had about 1 million inhabitants. The largest settlement on the world was the planetary capital, Catalan, which was named after the star around which Atrakan orbited. It was a fairly unremarkable outer rim world located near Vajun, and it was significant for only one reason. The planet's crust was rich in dunium. Dunium was very valuable heavy metal, which had unique properties that made it perfectly suited for the creation of warship hulls. Since the New Sith Wars, it had been considered the go-to material for use in warship armor, which is why so many warships in Star Wars, most notably Imperial Star Destroyers, have a grey-white color. Dunium wasn't exactly rare, and asteroid belts were frequently mined for the metal, but large nodes of it were still incredibly important, as it took a lot of dunium to plate an entire warship. As a result, caches like those found on Atrakan were high in demand, as they could fuel major shipbuilding operations for much longer than asteroid caches could. At the start of the Clone Wars, the Republic needed dunium more than pretty much anything else. The Kaminoans provided the Republic with the foundations of a navy, but it was incredibly insufficient, as it consisted of only assault ships that were designed for ground assault, with ship-to-ship combat having mostly been a secondary feature. The Republic did, of course, have other warships at its disposal as well. The Judicial Forces maintained a small fleet that consisted mostly of light cruisers, and the New Republic military quickly reabsorbed many of the planetary security forces that individual sectors possessed, which usually came with a small fleet of warships. But this was still vastly inefficient. Most of the Republic's ships were still cruisers or smaller, with the few larger ships in their inventory being stationed in the core. Of these, only the assault ships that the Kaminoans had commissioned were capable of standing up to the larger ships frequently employed by the Confederacy, and even then, it took whole flotillas of them to deal with the Trade Federation battleships. The Republic Navy needed more ships, and it needed them fast. More acclimated class assault ships were churned out by Kuat Drive Yards and its subsidiaries every day, and new larger warship designs were in the works, but all of them required copious amounts of dunium. Planets like Atrakan then were a bit of a saving grace for the Republic. The large dunium caches on Atrakan alone were capable of supplying armor for a small fleet.
Hold up.
There
You
was
saw
one
that
big
damn
problem
card
with this,
game?
however. Atrakan, like many other
not
similar
good.
worlds, was
giving
completely
you
owned
visions
by the
too.
Commerce Guild.
I'll say it straight.
In the years
I got
leading
a
up
bad
to the
habit of
Separatist
biting off
crisis,
more than I can chew. But hey, guys gotta eat. And the deal that got me the haul? Yeah, it just looks so damn tasty. But damn, they're reaching out to you. No, ma'am. You keep clear of that little blue psycho. Leave this to me. You see her again, you turn the other way, understand? Trust nothing you hear.
Fascinating.
Don't break that, all right? Don't waste this. Go throw some taken at your friends. Guardians are always welcome aboard the derelict.
Did not know that was a quest. Oh well. Okay. So just gotta deal with Gambit.
The Commerce Guild, under the leadership of Gosam President Shu Mei, became incredibly aggressive. For hundreds of years, the guild had been known for its aggressive tactics, especially when it came to pressuring smaller companies to join. In this manner, they had controlled operations across the galaxy for centuries, especially in the mining industry. Under Shu Mei, however, the guild took it up a notch and began purchasing entire planets to strip mine. Atrakan was one such world that was purchased by the guild, which immediately began exploiting the planet's dunium for its own private fleet, which was soon to become part of the Confederate Navy. Shortly before the Battle of Geonosis, the Commerce Guild officially joined the Confederacy of Independent Systems, and all of the worlds that it owned joined with it, Atrakan among them. The planet's mines began supplying the Navy, and much of the dunium stripped from the planet was put to use in the construction of the Rikusan-class light destroyers, which were deliberately skeletal so as to allow the dunium to stretch that little bit further. This made Atrakan a ripe target. It didn't help matters, of course, that the planet was close to the border between the CIS and the Republic. As a result, only a few days after the First Battle of Geonosis, a Republic invasion force attacked Atrakan, hoping to seize the dunium mines for their own navy. In this strike, and in a number of others occurring elsewhere in the galaxy at the time, the Republic hoped to repeat the success it had at Geonosis, where they overwhelmed the enemy with lightning assaults and were victorious in a matter of hours. However, things didn't go quite to plan. The Republic's lightning assault allowed the advance force to capture a series of footholds across Atrakan, but the battle would prove to be neither quick nor easy after that. The Confederacy reinforced droid garrisons at Catalan City and other major settlements and tore up the surrounding region, fortifying everything to prevent the Republic from advancing further. They fortified the dunium mines and converted them into massive underground fortresses, and on both fronts, the Republic was unable to pierce their outer defenses. The Confederacy couldn't push the Republic's own lines that far back either, however. The battle quickly fell into a pattern of stalemate. The Republic would launch a major assault and be beaten back, and then the Confederacy would do the same, and the cycle repeated over and over without any foreseeable end. Neither side was willing to give ground. They needed that dunium, and they didn't want the other to get it. And so they continued to ferry reinforcements to Atrakan, where the battle ground on for months without change, grinding up entire armies in the process. 22 BBY came to an end, and yet there was no end in sight for the Battle of Atrakan. As 21 BBY dragged on and the battle entered its 11th month, Republic commanders on Atrakan began to get desperate. They needed a victory soon, or they needed to retreat, and by this point, they were willing to do anything to get that victory. And so they did. Republic bombers and artillery positions began an indiscriminate bombing campaign, shelling everything in range that had battle droids spotted near it. Their armies would then proceed to advance through the rubble, cleaning up the defenders that remained. They named this maneuver Operation Katabatic. Operation Katabatic was ultimately successful. For the first time in nearly a year, the Republic began gaining ground fast, as the bombers thoroughly annihilated any Confederate position that they encountered. The cost of this campaign was nonetheless high. Those positions included civilian targets, and thousands of innocents were killed by the bombs over the course of the campaign. But for the Republic commanders, it was worth it. At last, they were on the verge of victory. The Confederacy, too, had lost a lot in the battle, and it knew that defeat was near. As a means of spitting in the Republic's victory cup, however, they began their own campaign, one much more sinister than the Republic's bombing. They poisoned Atrakan's water table, spreading virulent toxins across the entire planet, killing off the entire ecosystem. Their campaign too was a success. By the time the victorious clone troopers raised the flag of the Republic over the ruins of Catalan City, the entire planet was dead. The Republic won the Battle of Atrakan, but at a cost too high to fathom. Both the Republic and the Confederacy lost tens of thousands of troops in the long campaign, and the civilian populace had lost more. Atrakan cities had been annihilated by Operation Katabatic, and the whole planet had been rendered unlivable. Of the millions of beings that had lived there at the start of the battle, 90% of them were killed, and the remainder fled to Trilos, the planet's only habitable moon, or other nearby worlds. To make matters worse, the Republic gained next to nothing from its victory. It had chipped away the Confederacy's borders a little bit, but not in any significant way. They now theoretically controlled Atrakan's helium, but they had no real way to get it. All of the planet's mines had been destroyed in Operation Katabatic, and with the planet now uninhabitable, it would be incredibly expensive and difficult to open new ones to scratch away at what helium was left. The Battle of Atrakan was devastating for Republic morale. Loyalists blamed the Confederacy for murdering the planet, while Separatists blamed the Republic, claiming that the toxins unleashed on the world had been leaked thanks to the bombing campaign. Some on both sides blamed the Jedi for getting the Republic involved in that now pointless battle in the first place. For all observers, however, the Battle of Atrakan was proof of one thing. The Clone Wars would not do a clean country. Indeed, there was no such thing. This hurt the Republic in particular, as it had claimed since Geonosis that the war would be a simple matter of cleanly sweeping away the droid armies and reuniting the galaxy. The whole galaxy now saw this for the lie that it was. So that's the story of the Battle of Atrakan, a battle that crippled the Republic. Are there any other battles you'd like to see us cover next in this video format? Make sure you let us know in the comments section below. And as per usual guys, just before you go, make sure you check out all those links in the description below if you want to join the wider Geetzleys community on our Geetzleys Gaming Network, and all of the Discords associated with that, including my main Discord, where you can chat and hang out with other Star Wars fans. Anyways guys, as always, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video.
You didn't start that fight. You finished it. Blocker to the other side. Portals up. Go take them out. Your allies invading the other side.
We will send the Jedi home in caskets. Those were the words spoken by Alto Stratus, the leader of the separatist Jabimi nationalists, 3 weeks into the Battle of Jabim, while rallying his troops for an assault on the Republic's field headquarters at Shelter Base, an attack that would reverse the tide of the battle. And Stratus and his men had made good on that promise. The Republic invaded of Jabin with the strike force
Your
of tens
invaders
of
back
thousands of
with
clone
3
troopers,
guardians down.
led by 29
Glad they're on
Jedi.
your side.
Most of those clones and 27 of those Jedi never left Jabin, and their bodies disappeared quickly into the
Portal
planet's
is
muddy
primed.
surface.
Lock it.
The Battle of
Your
Jabin was
allies
one of the
invading.
Republic's most
Hostiles
devastating
incoming
losses,
at the base.
and in this video, we'll be analyzing it.
Large blockers set.
Attention, Sergeant on deck.
Jabin was a fairly unremarkable outer rim world. It was one of many backwater planets located on a somewhat notable hyperspace route south of the Tion
Your
cluster,
invaders
on the
back
borders
with
of
2
what,
kills.
at the start of the Clone Wars, was separate space. It had been a member of the Republic for 3,000 years, but it didn't get much out of that arrangement. The
Portals
Republic all but ignored the world, leaving it at the mercy of plagues and pirates. Or
Your
rather,
allies
they
invaded.
ignored it until a few months into the Clone Wars, it was discovered that the planet was rich in ore. The Republic quickly moved to seize control of the ore, a move that enraged the Jabin nationalists, a faction in Jabin's Congress. Led by a man, Alto Stratus, they executed a coup and killed almost all dissenters in the planet's government. Those loyalists that remained regrouped under Orla's Skin, who petitioned the Republic for aid. As the Republic prepared
Your
its
invaders
response,
back
Stratus
with 2
declared that
kills under
Jabin
their
was to
belts.
secede from the Republic and join the CIS. This opened a civil war up to both sides, and the Republic was determined to reverse the string of defeats that they had been having recently and take back Jabin. They rallied a massive force of tens of thousands of clones to battle, led by 29 Jedi and complemented not just with ATTEs and ATXTs, but also new experimental
High-value target
AT-ATs.
eliminated.
The Jedi
Hey,
General
you've got
assigned to
enough to
lead
pull
the
a
mission
primeval.
was one
Bank those
Obi-Wan
motes.
Kenobi.
Incoming wave
The
at the drill.
Republic encountered problems almost immediately upon reaching Jabin.
Large
The
blockers
planet
set.
was almost constantly engulfed by massive rainstorms, which made
Primeval's up.
repulsive
Target the
unreliable
envoys
and
first.
atmospheric descent tricky. The rainstorms also meant that almost the entirety of Jabin was covered in mud, which led to constant mechanical problems for the walkers.
You're being invaded.
Despite
Find
these
them
conditions,
before they
the
find
Republic
you.
started off the battle fairly well. They met up with the Loyalists at a site called Shelter Base, which they turned into
Honestly,
their
good
new
enough.
headquarters.
Since I
A
had
few
nothing
other
to lose.
Republic bastions were established nearby, including the city of Troll and a base south of Shelter Base called Cobalt Station. The Republic's strategy on Jabin at first was to
Invader
divide and
down.
conquer.
You're clear.
There were 29 Jedi on Jabin, many of whom came leading their own armies. 7 of those Jedi were part of what was called the Padawan Pact, a group of masterless apprentices who the Council had grouped together in the hope that they could learn from each other. Aside from the Pact and the 2 other Padawans present, Obi-Wan and Anakin Skywalker, there were 20 Knights and Masters present, including distinguished heroes like Kenobi, Sils, Mokuna, and Leska.
Your
Also
light
present, of
reading's
course,
off
was
the
Alpha
charts.
17.
Tear the
The Jedi
primeval
were rather
to pieces.
confident in their odds of victory at first, what with so many of their order present and their new powerful AT-AT. They began moving northwest from Shelter Base, attacking position after position and easily routing their enemies each time. To Kenobi's surprise, they encountered
Invader
no
incoming.
droids or any other sign of Separatist hardware, only human nationalist soldiers and outdated Second World War weapons. None of it was a match for
Invader
the
down.
walkers, and so
You're
by the
clear.
end of the battle's 3rd week, the Republic had taken 12 different enemy positions, which led in a string northwest from Shelter Base. But this was exactly what Stratus intended to happen. He had indeed been given all manner of battle droids, complete with tanks and spider droids, which he was holding in reserve with his best troops at the Razor Coast, his base of operations. Backed by the Nimbus Commandos, an elite force of Jabini soldiers that used rocket boots to glide over the mud of the planet's surface, he executed a sneak attack on Shelter Base itself on day 21 of the battle. As he intended, the attack caught the Republic off guard.
Cook up some
Most of its walkers were
supercharged
mired
light
in mud,
and
and its
feed it
troops
to
were
that
unprepared for
primeval.
combat. The Nimbus Commandos destroyed many of the walkers before they could be freed from the mud, and the battle turned quickly in Stratus' favor. Thankfully
Vader
for the
inbound.
Republic,
Hunt.
Alpha had figured out what the Nationalists were doing earlier that day, and he, Kenobi and Skywalker got back to Shelter Base just in time to help. At about the same time, one of the AT-ATs was able to free itself and launch a counterattack, dealing significant damage to Stratus's droid
Invader
forces.
down! Your
Stratus
allies
ordered
a
the
hero!
retreat, but his Nimbus commandos were able to bring down the AT-AT as they fled. Kenobi and Alpha went in to evacuate the walker, but it exploded as they went inside. Both were presumed dead, and though they weren't, the Republic wouldn't learn this until after the battle had been lost. The Republic had technically been victorious at Shelter Base, but the victory was full. They had lost a good many clones, including the entire 43rd Battalion, from which not one man survived. They'd lost plenty of walkers too, and now they'd been dealt a blow to the chain of command as well, and it only got worse from there. The Nationals pushed back from the northwest, retaking most of the positions they had lost, and dealing the Republic defeat after defeat thanks to their droid reinforcements. The Republic was caught completely unprotected, and it cost them many clones and many Jedi. Stratus and his Nimbus commandos continued to whittle away at the chain of command, and by the 28th day of the battle, 17 Jedi and over 10,000 clones were dead. That day, Stratus personally made that number rise to 18 Jedi when he killed General Nakuna near the city of Cho'al, which by that point had been the Republic's last foothold into the entire northern hemisphere.
Your allies invading the other side.
General Leskar, who was the only non-Padawan left on the planet. With the apparent death of Obi-Wan Kenobi and the death of Master Sirius, Anakin and Aubrey had both joined the Padawan pack by this point, which Leskar tried to keep away from the front lines, as she was unwilling to send any more children to die. The front lines repeatedly found the Padawans regardless, though they usually emerged from the clashes more or less unscathed. By this point in the battle, the situation for the Republic was dire. They only had a handful of positions around Shelter Base and Cobalt Station left, and their numbers were falling fast. But Leskar had a stroke of luck. As she took command, the Republic discovered Stratus' base at the Razor Coast. Hoping to capture the Nationalist leadership, she ordered the bulk of the remaining Republic.
Invader incoming! Portal's up! Go take him out! Invader's dead! Keep pushing! Allies headed to the other side! Make that primeval eat your light! Invader on the field! Careful! Your ally neutralized the invader. You've weaponized your light! Cook that primeval! Drifter's hungry! Portal's up! Sometimes I forget you've killed a god or two. The shadows of yore got nothing on you. Woo! I'm gonna call you next time they roll around. bring a sword. Welcome aboard. No city out in the dark. You eat what you can. Hive will do. Go get him! All right, you know how this works. Get it done, get paid. Hostiles at the trees. Hostiles inbound at the beach. Incoming wave at the ruins. Blockers set. Portal is primed. Lock it. Your allies invading the other side. Your allies down, but they took someone with them. High-value target. Burn it down. Watch your back. Invader incoming. Invaders off the field. Hostiles at the trees. Hey, you're losing motes. Ice the blockers. Watch your back. Invader incoming. Opposing team's got a primeval. Once it dies, they win. Portal's up. Go take them out.
Behind the tree. Near the gate.
Invader's gone. Get him next time. Invader on the field. Careful. Invader's gone. Get him next time. Embrace the darkness. Take out those guardians. Seconds and I pull you back. One down. Bringing you back. Good hunt. Portals ready. Incoming wave at the ruins. Hostiles at the trees. Round's over. The enemy team destroyed their prime evil. field. Welcome aboard. How many did the Cabal kill when the tower fell? Go even things up. Go get him! All right, you know how this works. Get it done, get paid. Hostiles inbound at the steps. Incoming wave at the drill.
Who the hell baked fire?
Hey, you're losing motes. Ice the blockers. Hostiles incoming at the base. Portals up. Incoming! Hostiles inbound at the steps!
That's really bad.
I spot a high-value target. Give 'em hell! Portal's up! Go look 'em in the eyes! Embrace the darkness. Take out those guardians. You have to want the dark to wield it. Bleeding motes, sister. Whack the blockers. Opposing team's got a prime evil. Once it dies, they win. Portal's up. Incoming wave at the drill. This is what the Taken feel. Revel in this.
Relax. You'll get a chance to ride again.
Hey, you've got enough to pull a primeval. Bank those motes.
Portal's ready.
Go say hello. Hey, your team has enough to pull a primeval. Your allies invading the other side. Weaponized your light. Cook that primeval. Drifter's hungry. Portal's ready. That's the round. Opposing teams smashed their primeval. You've weaponized your light. Cook that primeval. Drifter's hungry.
Oh, 420. That's funny. It rarely ever happens. Why do I have the lights on?
Ding! Scorn approaching. Let's eat. The fanatic can bring Scorn back. Gotta open that guy up, see what's inside. Go, punk! You know the drill by now. Kill, bank, then primeval for dinner. Hostiles inbound at the steps. Incoming wave at the drill. And moats, ice the blockers. Invader incoming. They wanted a fight, you gave it to them. Invader on the field. Careful. Got eyes on a high-value target. Track it down. Hey, easy there. I think you got him. You sent a large blocker to the other side. Don't tell the Vanguard. Hostiles incoming at the base. Portals prime. Go make a mess. Your allies invading the other side. Hey, you're losing moats. Ice the blockers. Your invaders back with 4 kills.
Oh, wow.
Inbound at the steps. You're being invaded. Find them before they find you.
Oh shit. Fuck.
Your ally neutralized the invader. Enemy called up a prime evil. They kill it, they win this. Portal is prime. Lock and load. Embrace the darkness. Take out those Guardians. Guardians down. Super one. 10 seconds. The executioners come to town. Bringing you back. Good hunt. High-value targets skip town. Get the next one. Incoming wave at the drill. Ready. Your allies invading. Woo! Your invaders back with more kills. Income at the base. Portal's primed. Go make a mess. Allies headed to the other side. Almost! Bank and get that prime evil out there! It's not over! Kill that prime evil! Invaders here. Brace yourself. Portal is primed. Lock. Invaders out. You'll get them next time. Your allies invading the other side. The lead's yours. Charge your light and let that primeval have it! Invader on the field! Careful! You're behind! They wanted a fight, you gave it to them. Portal is primed. Lock it. This is what the Taken feel. Revel in this. Guardian down. The lead's yours. 10 seconds and I pull you back. 2 down. Bury another. Welcome back. Vader on the field. Careful. Your light readings off the charts. Tear the primeval to pieces. Invader's gone. Get him next time. Allies headed to the other side. We've lost the lead. Burn that primeval down. Invader on the field. Careful. They wanted a fight. You gave it to them. Portal's up. Go look them in the eyes. Your allies invading. Make that primeval eat your light. You're ahead. 1 minute remains. Invader down. Your ally's a hero. Portal's up. Your allies invading the other side. 30 seconds. Seconds. Invader on the field. Careful, numbers don't lie. This round's yours.
I had to defeat it though, don't I? Yeah.
Pretty soon, I'll have everything I'll need. Good work today. Go home and count your money while you can. Well, what'd you think? Pretty good, right? Gambit's my pride and joy, but Prime's a whole new song and dance. If I did this right, and I think I did this right, you freaks will line up for this till the sun goes out. What's this all for? Why don't you head on up to the Derelict for a behind-the-scenes tour?
Oh, that was unexpected.
Go throw some taking at your friends. Guardian, kill anything big lately? I need you alive, sister. Be careful.
You got somewhere to be? How about Gambit? You looking to be a bad guy?
Checking right now.
Welcome.
There's a lot we can do. Stay safe.
Ah, shall we begin then?
We're falling behind schedule.
You don't look too banged up. Make us proud.
Right. The feed's gone dead. I can't get any directions.
Weren't you just here, Guardian?
Guardians in the tower. They will learn.
I hate working for the
There is hope for humanity yet. With guardians such as you.
Lost too much when the Red Legion hit us.
Bring your fiercest light. You'll need it.
Stay here on Earth if you can. Less complicated.
Hi friends, welcome back to another episode of Generations Films. My name is Alan.
Today I want to look at the Razor Crest, the main ship used by the Mandalorian. It serves not only as his home, but also a tax-deductible home office where he stores the tools of his trade and also the bounties he collects. A quick glance at the ship from the outside and one can tell that the Razor Crest is designed for functionality rather than beauty. The oversized blockade runner-style engines are reminiscent of the Clone Wars era consular cruisers. Speed was apparently on the minds of the designers of the ship when they drew up the blueprints. But so was cargo space. This wasn't a starfighter, but a ship designed to carry a load. A quick look at the cockpit and it becomes pretty obvious that this also wasn't a freighter, which would have had a more comfortable and spacious area for the pilot and co-pilot, an important feature for those long-range hauls. Instead, what we see is a cockpit that was snug and designed to be used by just a single pilot. Not quite as snug as an interceptor cockpit, but something you might see on a bomber or an assault craft. With all of these characteristics put together, we can probably assume that the Razor Crest was some type of gunship transport hybrid. The ample storage space and dropship style landing ramp might be found on some freighters, but the oversized engines for sublight speed are a luxury that most merchants can skip on. A fast hyperdrive can get them from point A to point B pretty quickly, and real space maneuvering and performance only became a problem when they encountered pirates or aggressive corporate defense forces. The Razor Crest is a slightly more violent ship than your average hauler, and it's kind of perfect for a violent man in a violent profession. Also, since the Mandalorians are pretty nomadic people by this point in time, the Razor Crest would also need to serve as a living space, which it does pretty well. Mandos aren't exactly concerned with luxury or comfort. They were more worried about whether the walls were thick enough to stop an anti-tank ramp. And there also happens to be a lot of extra room and living space for bounties. This is pretty much the perfect ship for the job. Now, the more I look at the Razor Crest, the more I begin to wonder what exactly its backstory is. Because of the way Mandalorians operate, there's always a story behind every major acquisition they make, and there's also usually some poor schmuck holding a gut wound by the end of that story. Jango Fett's fire spray had a pretty cool backstory. It was a prototype, and Fett stole it during a prison break that he engineered. Cad Bane also had a cool ship, the Rogue-class starfighter, which he won after he stole forces in babies for Palpatine. So what is the Razor Crest story? Well, from what we can tell, it was designed before the Empire had even started, so it's at least 30 years old. It was also originally used as a military craft to patrol local territories. Beyond that, we don't have much detail. But given the time frame, we do know that the ship was probably operational during the Clone Wars. It doesn't mean that the clones used this ship. It could have also been used by local planetary defense forces, say in the Outer Rim. But my first reaction upon seeing this ship was how eerily similar it was to a clone low-altitude assault transport. Especially the fuselage, which is shaped in the same way. Both crafts feature the same tail-end ramp and cockpit placement as well. The LAAT's wings, of course, are downswept, and while the engines are in the right location, they are far smaller than on the Razor Crest. Also, there's a double cockpit, not a single cockpit on the LAAT, along with two ball turret gunners, and the front of the fuselage kind of widens out at the bottom thanks to the two change-mounted laser turrets. There are also several other small differences between the two ships, but the resemblance here is very clear. These two ships could have easily belonged to the same family, and perhaps were even the same model, but just different model years. The Razor Crest definitely looks more similar to the LAAT than, say, a Fox body Mustang compared to the first generation of Mustangs. It also is quite clear that both the Razor Crest and the LAAT ships have a similar purpose: adequate flight characteristics and speed, and the ability to survive intense incoming fire so you can keep your cargo safe. So let's take a look now at the LAAT's history. There's a lot more information about this ship, and we need to tell you something about the Razor Crest. The LAAT was originally designed by Rothana Heavy Engineering, a subsidiary of Quantified Yards that focused on secret projects. Rothana Heavy Engineering was located on Rothana, a pretty remote planet that was far away from prying eyes. Darth Plagueis and Darth Sidious have been secretly building a clone army on Kamino, an army that needed tanks, carriers, star destroyers, and transports. Rothana Engineering not only built the LAATs, they also manufactured the all-terrain tactical enforcers, which could be lifted into combat by a special type of LAAT. They also designed the larger Acclamator class assault ship and a variety of other vehicles. Now, this project was supposed to be carried out in complete secrecy, but we know that Quat Drive Yards was run by very smart business people who were very shrewd. Quat Drive Yards was old money. It had pretty much been around since the early days of the Old Republic. While a lot of worlds like Fondor and Corellia had orbital shipyards, the planet of Florence had an orbital shipyard so large that it formed a complete ring.
Heaven or hell,
The shipyard
the
was
choice
originally
is
started
yours.
by 10
Take them
aristocratic
apart.
families known as the Ten, led by the Force family. They helped turn KDY into one of the planet's most profitable enterprises and eventually became one of the galaxy's most powerful companies. KDY had a reputation for being an extremely aggressive company that used its massive power to undercut smaller businesses and then just outright absorb their operations and design and engineering. This is actually how KYE first got their As founding member of the Corporate Sector Board, Quat Drive Yards was also a powerful force in regulating restrictions on commerce and also limiting trust laws. The Galactic Republic developed weak and corrupt government, made it extremely easy for Quat Drive Yards to do essentially whatever they wanted. So now let's go back to the LA. Most likely location somewhere around 79 as a part of the wider Project Iceland. This was the name of the overall KDY project. Although these ships were completely designed and built before the financially started, KDY was contractually obligated not to release any information about these ships to the wider public. But that doesn't mean they couldn't use, say, the fuselage or the recycle it to bring out an extra ship. This was actually pretty common practice. This is why you can use a Telequillian Engineering Corporation for ship share some similar design components. The same thing could be said for similar fleet systems, Firefighter line with similar kinds of designs, or any kind of starfighter line from So the Razor Crest is most definitely not the same exact model as the Stone dropships are, but it could be a model within the same family as the LAAT, or maybe rebranded or replaced. Jesus. Ford Fusion was revamped as the Lincoln MKZ and Mercury line. The LAAT variants, which was not just limited to the transport carrier and transport. There was also the space gunship variant, which was sealed off, pressurized, and the smaller civilian version known as LAAT LE gunship. This was used mainly by police forces as a patrol and transport vehicle, as much as armor and weaponry as well. The ship profile was much smaller, making it suitable for the current powerful Mexican forces. But the LAAT Elvis gunship, with its radically different design, fits into the same family as the LAAT. Then there is no reason why the Razor Crest can be considered as well. The Razor Crest is the more built-up space version of the LAAT. The basic gunships remain in focus on carrying troops from the larger assault transports directly to the surface of the planet. This could be why the LAAT has a smaller submarine run. In atmosphere vessels generally rely on repulsor lifts, which only work to them gravity. The oversized engines on the Razor Crest signifies that the ship is designed for deep space travel. This becomes much more apparent during dogfight in episode 5, where the Mandalorian is sleep with the starfighter next towards the bit like the head of the Airstairs, the engines are a little bit too far from each. Anyway, whatever this other bounty hunter is flying, it definitely is a starfighter designed for
Welcome
dogfighting.
to a brave new world. Y'all have new roles in Gambit Prime. Invader, Collector,
they lack the
Sentry,
maneuverability and speed to
Reaper,
avoid
and the hardware you'll build here in Reckoning,
it'll
enhance those roles, make you look real mean. So go be mean,
forcing
sister.
the enemy to overshoot. While the Razor Crest is definitely not as maneuverable as the other ship the other bounty hunter is flying, it definitely is nimble enough to get out of the situation. It would make sense for Quat Drive Yards to revamp the LAAT and design it for more space operations and market it as a multi-purpose gunship carrier fighter, similar to what the U-Wing was for the Rebellion. The smaller gunship class was perfect for smaller planetary defense forces or corporations that just didn't have the budget for larger capital ships or cruisers or destroyers. And honestly, if you're located in the Outer Rim, these larger ships would not only be hard to refuel and resupply, they would also kind of overkill. At the end of the day, getting more use out of the LA-18
This place is an open question.
Business practice.
The Nine wish to know
takes
you.
an extremely long time, especially for a starship, which I imagine would have a huge list of safety and performance regulations. I mean, just look at what Boeing continues to do with the 737. It first took flight in 1967, at the time it was only known for 51 very The most recent 737 MAX 10 is 146 long, carries 204 people and range of 33 miles. Boeing probably should have designed a people-moving aircraft from the ground up because the 737's plane was too low to the ground to accommodate engines large enough for larger version of itself. They ended up using a smaller engine that was put under and it actually changed the flight characteristics of the plane so much that they had to create a computer system that forced the plane to handle like the original 737. So the pilots didn't have to go through a completely different certification program. From a shareholder's point of view, Boeing had saved a ridiculous amount of money by relying on the same base design for more than 50 years. It's kind of human nature to conduct business in this way. That's why humans are so successful in the wider galaxy. And a company like Quad Drive Yards, which was not the most ethical company in the world, should be expected to act in a very similar way, which is probably why it's wise that the Mandalorian doesn't laboratory ships. Because clearly the computer system installed in the 737 MAX aircraft is dedicated to the drug. So there you have it, guys. Those are some of my theories about what the Razor Crest is. Let me know if you guys have any other theories of your own. There are a few other ships that the Razor Crest kind of looks like. There's, I think the Griffin Stone ship is a bit similar to the design of rock ship in Tucson. But anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed today's episode. Don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification button so you don't miss out on less content. Thank you for reminding me, Alan, reminding me that life is moving, and you are the protagonist.
One of the largest battles of the Clone Wars, an operation that, after the Battle of Coruscant, received the most attention from the Republic. The Republic was ferocious in its defense of Kashyyyk and kept fighting there even when the situation got bad on a level that, on other worlds, would have meant abandoning the planet. But the Republic didn't abandon Kashyyyk, even when the situation looked well and truly dire. This, of course, begs the question, why? Was a unique world, a world with negligible seasonal change and a massive planetary jungle. The Roshia trees that dominated its ecosystem were kilometers tall, resulting in a layered environment that got darker and more dangerous the deeper down one went. The planet was inhabited by the Wookiees, who need no introduction and whose skills at wood carving, artistry and navigation were almost unmatched in the galaxy at large. By the time of the Clone Wars, the planet was a notable member of the Republic, ruled peacefully by a native Wookiee king from the capital city of Victoria. Kashyyyk was originally more or less neutral in the Clone Wars at first. It remained a member of the Republic in name, but it refused to participate in the war, as many of its planetary neighbors had joined the CIS. Unfortunately for the Wookiees, however,
welcome
the Trandoshans
to a
were
brave
not so
new
picky.
world. Y'all have new
Trandoshans came
roles
from
in
the planet
Gambit
Trandosha,
Prime.
a world that shared
Invader,
a star with Kashyyyk,
Collector,
and they had been
Sentry,
fierce enemies of the Wookiees
Reaper, and the
ever
hardware
since the two
you'll
species
build here in
discovered each
Reckoning,
other, as both
it'll enhance
species were
those
proud
roles,
hunters by
make you look
nature.
real
Kashyyyk
mean.
suffered
So
enslavement
go be mean,
several
sister.
times over the course of galactic history, most notably under Zerka Corporation during the Jedi Civil War, and each time the Trandoshans were involved. Ever since the Ruusan reformations, Kashyyyk had been mostly slaver-free, and they had replaced Trandosha as the dominant world in the Mataranor sector. The rise of the Separatist movement, however, led to conflict in the system once more. The first taste of trouble came when the Trade Federation began attacking Wookiee colonies on Alaris Prime, and later, a settlement of traders on Kashyyyk itself. When the Clone Wars broke out, the Trandoshan saw an opportunity for revenge against their Wookiee rivals, and so they began raiding Kashyyyk, setting up slaver camps and hunting
This reckoning
Wookiees
is a
that
joint
ventured into
venture with the
Shadowlands.
Dredgen.
The Trandoshans,
What part
knowing
will
that the
you
Wookiees
play?
were still at least nominally part of the Republic, allied with the Confederacy in secret. In 21 BUY, they attacked and captured the Republic assault ship Prosecutor, hoping to sell it to the Confederacy so that they could buy battle droids to help in their slaving operations. This plot, however, was uncovered and foiled by the Republic commanders of Delta Squad, and the revelation that the Confederacy was aiding the Trandoshans pushed the Wookiees an inch closer to the Republic. The Confederacy, however, still hoped to take Kashyyyk for their own, and so the Trade Federation began negotiations with the Wookiee king. It's possible that, eventually, the Wookiees may even have agreed to ally with the Confederacy, were it not for General Grievous, who got impatient and had the Wookiee prince killed. Enraged, the Wookiees officially sided with the Republic in the Clone Wars, and a long campaign began. The Confederacy, using the Trandoshans, began a proxy war in Kashyyyk almost immediately, ordering their allies to set up their slave-gathering raid. The Republic responded by sending in Delta Squad, who wreaked havoc behind Trandoshan lines and crippled their slaving operations. In response, the Confederacy began deploying troops on Kashyyyk, but Delta Squad fought them too, severely impeding the invasion. Finally, during the Outer sieges, General Grievous launched an all-out invasion of the planet, blockading it and capturing a swath of Kashyyyk in the Waxawat Archipelago, one of the few places on the planet suitable for landing an invasion force. The Wookiees fought back, and the Republic sent in reinforcements. In the days after the Battle of Coruscant, a massive force led by Master Yoda broke the blockade of Kashyyyk and launched an invasion of the realm. Though General Grievous had been running the Confederacy's Kashyyyk operation from the start, he had been at Coruscant when Delta Squad threw a wrench in his plans by thwarting the first attempt at capturing Kathiro, the Confederacy's primary target, and he was on Utapau when Yoda's reinforcements arrived. This meant that it was droid commanders that were running the invasion when the Confederacy attempted to charge a lagoon to storm Kathiro a second time, which allowed the Republic to outwit them. The 501st Legion held up the Confederacy's next wave, but the droids regrouped and prepared to charge again. Jedi Generals Yoda, Luminara Unduli, and Quinlan Vos devised a plan to draw the droids into the field, which would be cleared and fortified, and then launch attacks against their flanks, which would be led by Vos. This strategy was ultimately successful thanks to the absence of General Grievous, and the Republic was able to push the Confederacy back once more. The deactivation of the droid army at the end of the Clone Wars made the battle a victory for the Republic, or should we say Empire. So, what made Kashyyyk so vital that the Confederacy went through all that to take it, and that the Republic went for similarly to keep it? Well, first and foremost, Kashyyyk was rich in resources. After all, the planet had been terraformed during the time of the Rakuten Infinite Empire to serve as an agricultural world, and it was still home to a stunning variety of flora and fauna, many of which were constantly sought after in trade. Roshia wood in particular was very valuable, as was the expertly crafted technology that the Wookiees sold to the galaxy at large. The Wookiees themselves were also an excellent resource as navigators, or as the Empire showed, slave labor. Kashyyyk was also a symbol among the public world. Most of the Mid-Rim generally felt neglected by the Republic, which is why so much of the region seceded. The region was generally undeveloped and unremarkable. Kashyyyk was an exception. It had become a wealthy world due to its prominent location, and in the Republic, it was a symbol of what the Mid-Rim could be. Many other worlds in the region took Kashyyyk's lead on most matters. One can imagine then what Kashyyyk's secession meant to the Republic. A very crucial factor in the importance of Kashyyyk was its location. Kashyyyk was located at a very important hyperspace crossroads, one of the most important in the region, and it dominated trade across a wide swath of the Slice, the region between the Luminan trade route and the Jordan Run. It controlled trade between the region and hyperspace, and a large part of the galactic economy depended on shipping along the routes that lay at the junction. If Kashyyyk seceded, it would have taken a huge swath of the Slice with it. The region around Kashyyyk was already very separatist. Most of Kashyyyk's planetary neighbors seceded shortly before or shortly after the start of the Clone Wars, forming a ring of separatist worlds that stretched around Kashyyyk from New Absalom to Onderon. Indeed, when Aurora seceded in 21 BBY, Kashyyyk became almost entirely encircled by the Confederacy, which is part of the reason why winning the Battle of Umbara was so important for the Republic. The Wookiees were a last bastion of warrior settlements amidst a sea of separatism. If the planet fell, the entire region would be lost. But the most important thing about Kashyyyk is also the least well known. It was a secret only known by a select few. The Wookiee city of Kakarot was home to the Klatuvak Guild, an ancient order of Wookiee astrocartographers that had been active since the Wookiees first looked to the stars. The guild was incredibly secretive, and its hyperspace scouts had been active all over the galaxy for thousands of years, plotting shortcuts and even entire new routes for the benefit of Kashyyyk. For millennia, the Wookiees had used the guild to gain an advantage in trade, but the Klatuvak Guild was useful for more than just trade advantages. Over the years, they had developed thousands of secret routes across the galaxy, routes that would be very, very valuable to either side of the Clone Wars. The guild hid in its veil of secrecy when war broke out, fearing that if the galaxy at large learned of its activities, Kashyyyk would be doomed. Unfortunately, they didn't hide in their veil of secrecy enough, and the Confederacy learned of the guild first. This was why the Confederacy's first major incursion outside of the Waterwat archipelago during the Battle of Kashyyyk was aimed at Kakarot. They were seeking to capture the Klatuvak Guild's data centers. If they had, they would have gained access to secret routes all over the galaxy. If they had done so before the Battle of Coruscant, it may well have won the war for the CIS. If they had done so afterwards, it still would have been a huge advantage, one that might even have allowed the CIS to stay alive and rebuild instead of being crushed almost immediately after the Battle of Coruscant. The Republic learned of the Klatuvak Guild as well during the Battle of Kashyyyk, and so, when the Empire came to power, they had their eyes on the Wookiees from the very beginning. But the Klatuvak Guild was smart. Knowing what was coming, they downloaded the guild archives into data stacks, distributed the stacks among the guild members, wiped their computers, and fled the planet. When the Empire subjugated Kashyyyk, they found none of the guild's fabled hyperspace routes, and Kakarot was made to suffer greatly in retaliation. One of these guild members was none other than Chewbacca. He shared the routes that he had record of with Han Solo, which was a big part of how the Millennium Falcon set so many speed records. After the Battle of Yavin, when he and Han joined the Rebel Alliance, he shared the routes with the Alliance leadership as well. This gave the Rebels the edge they really needed in the Galactic Civil War, the advantage that the Confederacy was never able to seize, and they used it to great effect. Without Chewbacca's Klatuvak roots, it's possible that the Rebels might not have won the Galactic Civil War. So, that's why Kashyyyk was such a vital part of the Clone Wars. Are there any other planets that you'd like to see a strategic analysis of? Feel free to post your thoughts in the comment section below. And as per usual guys, just before you go, make sure you check out all those juicy links in the description below if you want to interact with other Star Wars fans on our wider Geetsies community on the Discords and GGN. We're doing a whole lot of revamps everywhere guys, so now's the opportune time to join us on our journey. And if you're a history fan, don't forget I also have a second history channel where I discuss the niche topics of mainly World War II, but also the Vietnam War, World War I, and a bunch of other history things. So make sure you check that one out as well, guys. Anyways, as always, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video. Grievous is one of the most iconic characters of the Clone Wars and the favourite character of a certain scriptwriter of this channel. He was a renowned Jedi killer, a brilliant commander, and a terrifying opponent no matter how one faces him. To most people, his purpose seems self-evident. He was to lead the droid armies and kill Jedi. The end. But while that was part of his role, it actually wasn't Grievous' main purpose at all in the Sith Grand Plan, as we'll be discussing today.
Attention, Sergeant on deck!
General Grievous, like Count Dooku and Darth Maul, was Darth Sidious's most essential servant in the execution of the Sith Grand Plan. Grievous, as we know him, was quite literally created for this role, as the shuttle crash that resulted in his cybernetic reconstruction was entirely the work of the Sith. He served as one of the figureheads of the Confederacy of Independent Systems during the Clone Wars, second only to Dooku himself, who was only slightly more prominent. His role in the Sith Grand Plan was so important that he was one of the few people in the galaxy that communicated on a semi-regular basis with Darth Sidious during the war, though only Dooku was privy to Sidious's true identity. Most people assume that Grievous's primary purpose was to kill Jedi, and this was indeed a part of why he was chosen for this role. As seen most prominently in the original Clone Wars micro-series and in the comics and novels of Star Wars Legends, Grievous excelled at killing Jedi, which was primarily due to his unorthodox combat style, his superhuman agility and strength, and his finely tuned ability to shatter the concentration of his opponents. In Legends, Grievous was responsible for killing over 200 Jedi personally over the course of the Clone Wars, and the only Jedi killer in history to have outdone him, as far as we know, was Darth Vader. We've done a full video on why Grievous was so utterly effective in the past, which you could of course watch next, so we won't go into much detail on this front. But while Grievous excelled at killing Jedi, it wasn't his primary purpose. Indeed, Sidious and Dooku both saw it as more of a fringe benefit. After all, they did have an army of clones ready to kill them all at the end of things anyway, so Jedi killed during the war were simply problems solved in advance. A nice thing, but not a necessary factor. Obviously, General Grievous was also Supreme Commander of the droid armies, and again, this did factor into his selection for the role. Grievous's performance in the command of the armies of Kaylee during the Huck Wars and in command of intergalactic banking clan private armies proved that he was truly a skilled commander, one of the most qualified beings in the galaxy for his role. And though the more popular sources might suggest otherwise, he did indeed prove to be a brilliant commander during the Clone Wars as well. Labyrinth of Evil states that Grievous's losses during the war were few in number, especially comparatively, and in concept alone, Grievous's ability to turn around a dozen very different private fighting forces into a homogeneous galactic-scale military is most impressive indeed. After all, imagine coming into command of the largest military in galactic history, only to find that it's actually a dozen radically different private fighting forces and a few thousand small planetary militaries, all with different command structures, standard tactics, and orders of battle. Per the Essential Guide to Warfare, Grievous was entirely responsible for turning this into the unified, properly diverse fighting force we see in the Clone Wars media, which is incredible and means that he's much better at asset diversity than any other commander in the Star Wars movies. But with that said, the Confederacy wasn't designed to win the Clone Wars, and so this part of Grievous's role is almost entirely show, albeit a very real and very impressive show. The true purpose of General Grievous is less obvious and much more sinister than either of those discussed above. It was also complicated, and for the sake of simplicity, we'll be splitting it into 4 parts. The first and most obvious part is that Grievous was a trap. He was a distraction from the Jedi, a looming specter that would divert their attention from Darth Sidious until it was too late. As the Clone Wars went on, Grievous became the face of the Confederacy to the Republic as Dooku began to slip into the background, and the Jedi Order fell right into this trap, as they had with all of the others. Grievous's skill in killing Jedi led to the Order hyper-focusing on him at times, ignoring the bigger threat that was staring them right in the face. This was especially true at the end of the Clone Wars, during the Battle of Coruscant and afterward. After all, Grievous's attack on Coruscant happened when it happened to throw the search for Darth Sidious into chaos, and Grievous's kidnapping of Palpatine helped to free the Supreme Chancellor from suspicion until it was too late. After the Battle of Coruscant, Grievous served as a trap for Obi-Wan Kenobi, a distraction to get him away from Anakin for his crucial inner battle, one that was supposed to kill Kenobi either through Grievous or Order 66. The main role that Grievous had, however, was to actually warp the mindset of the loyalist population of the galaxy into exactly what Darth Sidious wanted it to be. Firstly, he presented a clear image of evil to the Republic. He bombed civilian worlds mercilessly, he used biological weapons in warfare, and he was so utterly brutal that separatist propaganda networks often had to sweep his role in battles under the rug entirely. Grievous, undeniably, was terrifyingly evil, and loyalists were reminded of this every single day by the holonet from the Battle of Hypori right through to the General's death. This image of Grievous as pure evil was cast over the entire CIS, which radicalized the loyalist populace against separatism or rebellion of any sort. After all, most of the worlds in the Confederacy were entirely justified in seceding from the Republic, and many of them would go on to be the background of almost all the early rebel cells. The rebellion, in many ways, was descended from the CIS and had quite a few similarities with it, which is exactly how Darth Sidious intended things to be. By casting Grievous as evil and making him the face of the CIS, Sidious tied separatism and rebellion as concepts to the sort of barbaric, callous evil that Grievous represented, which he successfully employed first to demonize the separatist cause and later to demonize the rebels. Emperor Palpatine's public references to the rebellion almost all compared them to the separatists, a word that made any citizen of the Empire that had lived through the Clone Wars picture the mask of General Grievous. Furthermore, to put it bluntly, Sidious actually used Grievous to make the Republic racist. Like our friends over at Generation Tech, Sidious was a humanocentrist, and he intended to build his empire around such values, knowing that creating a societal hierarchy where elements of the common citizenry were above another class would help create a stronger foundation for his power. To do this, he needed to cast the Clone Wars in a way that would allow for it to have a human versus alien interpretation, and Grievous was part of this. To quote the Revenge of the Sith novelization, it was no accident that the primary powers of the Confederacy of Independent Systems were Nemoidian, Skukoan, Quarren and Aqualish, Mun and Gossam, Cymerthian and Korrivar, and Genoshan. The leaders of the CIS, including Grievous, were alien for a reason. Grievous, being a Kalish, was Sidious's favorite tool for inflaming such tensions. Being an alien, his campaigns against primarily human worlds and the brutality that would ensue could be given a certain underlying context. This was especially true during Operation Dirge's Lance. In that campaign into the Galactic Core, Grievous deliberately targeted human worlds for his great atrocities, choosing the ancient human colony of Umbarine for a total slagging and releasing virulent plagues that only affected the human nervous system. Now, the Galactic Core was by no means primarily human. There were hundreds of rich and powerful alien-dominated worlds there too, including Skako, Kamos, and Colmus. But almost all the worlds that Grievous went after in the core, with the notable exception of Duro, were human worlds, and this was no coincidence. Operation Dirge's Lance is also one of the best examples of the most important aspect of General Grievous's role, the spreading of sheer, unmitigated terror. Grievous was quite literally made for fear. He was deliberately terrifying visually, he did horrible things before the whole galaxy that not even the most callous civilians could stomach, and his Jedi-killing and sector-conquering abilities were so unmatched that he seemed utterly unstoppable. Even the Republic's clones, men that had been trained and genetically engineered to be the perfect soldiers, were outright terrified of Grievous. As with so many other things, the Revenge of the Sith novelization puts this perfectly, and so we're going to quote it here again. The other separatist leaders are hard beings, dangerous beings, ruthless and aggressive. General Grievous, though, Grievous is a monster. This half-living creature is a slaughterer of billions. Whole planets have burned at his command. He is the evil genius of the Confederacy, the architect of their victories, the author of their atrocities. To the civilian populace of the Republic, there was nothing scarier than General Grievous, and by the end of the war, he was widely acknowledged as more of a threat than even Count Dooku. This was exactly what Darth Sidious intended. Grievous's role was to strike absolute terror into the hearts of every being in the Republic, and the inability of the Republic or even the Jedi to stop them only intensified this. General Grievous's role in the Sith Grand Plan was to scare loyalists so much that they would gladly and wholeheartedly accept the Empire. The Declaration of the New Order founded the Galactic Empire in safety, security, justice, and peace. And the work of General Grievous had meant fact that most loyalist citizens had been craving such concepts for years. At first, the Empire was wildly popular, and why wouldn't it be? After 3 years of a murderous cyborg nightmare running around sowing chaos and destruction and making even the Galactic Core unsafe, what citizen of the galaxy wouldn't gladly take a strong, centralized military state to protect them against any future existential threat? Decades of Sith-engineered corruption had shown people how hollow the concepts of basic freedoms supposedly were, and so, to most of the galaxy, throwing them away in exchange for protection from any imagined second General Grievous was well worth it. That, ultimately, was General Grievous's purpose in Darth Sidious's master plan. But what do you think? Were you onto this buried thread of meaning, or is this news for you? Feel free to post your thoughts in the comment section below. And guys, you know the drill, make sure you click that show more button on the description tab to see a whole bunch of cool links where you can join the wider Geetsies community on all of our Discords and our gaming servers, including Gmod and Roblox. And if you are a history buff, I also do have a surprise for you, and that comes in the form of a second channel. So make sure you check that out if you enjoy World War I, World War II, the Vietnam War, and just anything kind of niche about history that not a lot of people know about. Anyways guys, as always, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video. The general scheme of the Sith Grand Plan is widely known among Star Wars fans for obvious reasons, as it is central to the plot of the prequels. But for some, questions have likely arisen on some of the finer points. Why, for example, would Count Dooku have gone along with a plan that would have clearly resulted in his death?
Welcome to a brave new world. Y'all have new roles in Gambit Prime. Invader, Collector, Sentry, Reaper. Hey, kid. Looking good. Hey. Let's be straight with each other. I know the Vanguard's watching me. Probably want you to snitch, am I right? If you're considering, I get it. Old Drifter likes to play both sides, too. But think about it. You stand with them, you're a dead woman walking. Gambit's pissed off a whole lot of dangerous people. You stand with me, I got your back. Trust. So what'll it be?
Tis the season for the Drifter. On March 5th, Season 6, the Season of the Drifter, begins for all Destiny 2 owners. With this new season comes new rewards, new offerings, and new challenges. Certain new activities will be available for DLC owners, but there will be something for everyone during the season. To start off the season, low-level players will have the ability to make their way to 640 power quickly through the map called New Arcadia. According to Bungie's Destiny 2 roadmap, the second tier of the Reckoning unlocks March 8th, a location called
Hey, let's be straight with each other. I know the Vanguard's watching me. Probably want you to snitch, am I right? I need you alive, sister. Hey, let's be straight with each other. I know the Vanguard's watching me. Probably want you to snitch, am I right? Ah, if you're considering, I get it. Old Drifter likes to play both sides too. But think about it. You stand with them, you're a dead woman walking. Gambit's pissed off a whole lot of dangerous people. You stand with me, I got your back. Trust. So what'll it be? You got grit, kid? I admire a woman willing to risk the trust of everyone who's ever been kind to her. But let me set the record straight. You're choosing to walk with a monster. Monsters survive. Trust. People change. Priorities change. Stick with me, and you'll see that. Now, as a symbol of our new partnership, I need a favor from you. Got a shipment waiting in the Tangled Shore. Pick it up for me. I'll tell Spider you're coming. Hey, you young bloods, partly 'cause you're crazy, and I like it when you're crazy in Gambit. But I pay you to keep quiet, too. Don't go mouthing off to the Crucible handler or the commander. Would be a real quick way to get this operation shut down. You got somewhere to be? How about Gambit? Did you avenge your friend? You ready to ship out? There's enemies of humanity to shoot. You ready to leave mercy behind?
Oh, it's a sword. Oh, okay.
Good to see you alive, sister. What are you doing out in the tangled shore all the time? How about Gambit?
Oh, okay.
You got somewhere to be? How about Gambit? Hey, you see moats out there, you bring them to Drifter, you hear?
What is up, guys, and welcome to Pilot Week. Pretty much this week we're just going to be talking Republic pilots. We might not get to every individual pilot or aspect of Republic piloting that you wanted, but there's always a part 2 that can be made. So pretty much this week we'll talk about clone pilots quite a bit, particularly concerning their rather exceptional skills. But while clone pilots had a whole lot of advantages, they also had a few glaring problems that could have cost the Republic the war if they hadn't played it smart. In this video, we'll be discussing those problems and how they potentially could have changed the course of the Clone Wars. Clone pilots were selected for speciality training at an early age and were trained to handle LAAT gunships, ATTV walkers, and a few basic starfighter types. As the Clone Wars intensified and the Republic began to diversify its stock of vehicles, the ranks of the clone pilots were stretched between more and more starfighter types. each of which required training before operation. This led to a very dangerous problem, which the Republic was fortunately able to recognize early on. Something that the Kaminoans failed to predict was that space combat in the Clone Wars was very different from ground combat, especially in terms of clone effectiveness. For ground battles, the Grand Army of the Republic came with a set of standardized and highly efficient battle strategies, which allowed the Republic to win several crucial ground battles early in the war. Furthermore, clone troopers were significantly better than the CIS's battle droids. The average clone trooper could destroy 20 B-1 units before dying himself, which allowed the Republic to overcome the Confederacy's numbers advantage. Space combat was much different. In space, not only was there still a profound number of differences between the Republic and CIS, but the skill gap was not nearly as wide. Standard issue CIS starfighter droids were very much capable of outmaneuvering clone pilots, which meant that the numbers advantage mattered all the more.
Marvelous.
So some of these goods are just useless? Or unattainable? Or like...
Very good. Very good.
Hey everyone, hope you're having a good day so far today. So, today's video is going to be about something very important regarding the Mandalorian, Beskar. Now, a lot of you don't know what it is, so I'm going to explain it and it's going to be very easy to understand. So what is it? Well, let's understand the history first. Since the planet Mandalore was conquered some 11,000 years before the Battle of Yavin by the gray-skinned simian species, the Tong, who were the forebears of the Mandalorian culture, the discovery of their world's unique indestructible ore, known as Beskar, fundamentally changed their society, contributing to their expansion within their own star sector and their standing with the rest of the galaxy. For Beskar was one of the toughest metals known to science, treasured for its incredible strength and durability. The iron was so rare that the only known source for it was Mandalore itself and its orbiting moon, Concordia. Because of how resistant Beskar was to damage, it could even withstand blows from a lightsaber. The Mandalorian iron was prized far more than Durasteel or Cortosis by the galaxy at large. The Mandalorians eventually weren't tied to any individual species like the Tong, but became composed of a diverse makeup of different alien beings, united by their warriors' culture. The Mandalorian metalsmiths, who guarded their secret techniques with their very lives, amplified the natural strength of the iron during the forging process. Without sacrificing any of the Beskar ore's distinctive toughness, the metalsmiths were able to significantly reduce its heaviness by adding carbon molecules in their foundries, which created a molecular cage structure that allowed the Mandalorian metal to become much lighter than it naturally was, but also in comparison to any of the other contemporary metals out there. So, Beskar iron was not just one of the most unbreakable metals, but also one of the lightest in the galaxy. The Mandalorians had also realized that if they repeated folding Beskar, during the forging procedure that is, the iron would further enhance its already considerable strength. But Beskar wasn't the only metal they used. The metalsmiths would mix in other metals to create alloys that are capable of being shaped into numerous types of shapes. These alloys resulted in the very colors of the finished Beskar during the smelting process. Soon enough, the reputation of the Mandalorian iron caused many armies throughout the galaxy to journey to obtain as much of the supplies as they could, and thus its galactic market skyrocketed. So, some sought to try and bribe the Mandalorian metalsmiths for their secrets, but those ventures always led nowhere. The metalsmiths only passed their knowledge down through generations to their own kin. Any enterprise that tried to replicate finished Beskar without the Mandalorian's secret knowledge always met a failure. Beskar could be rendered in various ways, not just for weapons and armor plating. Depending on the composition of the alloy, the iron could be utilized in such things as wire, micronized particles, foam, or even transparent film. In the course of time, the Beskar became the Mandalorians' main economic export, and began to transform their moon, Concordia, into a mining base. The surface was completely scarred by mines, and the satellite forests were nearly all destroyed by the various mining operations. But that didn't slow them down, as they fitted their weapons, armor, and starships with Beskar. Sometimes the iron was used in more unorthodox ways, such as when Jedi Master Arca Jeth purchased a great deal of it to seal in the tomb of the ancient Sith Lord Freda Nad on Dune. To the astonishment of the Dark Jedi and future Sith Lord Sarkeen, who later attempted to access the tomb, it took him repeated strikes with his lightsaber at its highest power setting to finally break through. And if you guys didn't know, lightsabers actually have a length setting and a power setting. The Mandalorians themselves viewed Beskar as the perfect material to craft their infamous armor with, recognizing the benefits it provided them in engagements against opponents with blasters and lightsabers. However, following a prominent event in the Warriors clan history called the Mandalorian Excision, which saw the rise of a new peaceful pacifist sect on Mandalorian society, the ore was used in the architectural makeup of many of their capital city, on Sundari's majestic buildings and towers, as well as in the flatware used by passengers for dining. In the new Mandalorian's leader, Duchess Satine's personal yacht. Though pacifists, the new Mandalorians were still pragmatists, so the nearly indestructible iron was also utilized in the construction of the capital's prison cells. Their police force still made use of Beskar-forged Mandalorian manacles, as well as blast-proof Beskar shields. The mining operations on Concordia had ceased by this point, at least officially. They were, however, still in operation on Mandalore itself, where the Beskar was being mined underground. However, some of the pacifists would instead break down the traditional Mandalorian armor to repurpose the iron towards more non-aggressive usages. There was a Mandalorian splinter group called Death Watch, led by a warrior named Tor Vizsla, that did not share in the ideals of the new pacifist Mandalorians, and believed in a more violent and radical ideology that was closer in sync with their ancestors' mercenary past. So he ran an unofficial and illegal mining operation on Concordia to make tools of war with the Beskar. When the Galactic Republic had collapsed and had been replaced by Emperor Palpatine's empire, the Imperials negotiated a deal with the Mandalorian chieftains of 800 million credits to acquire mining rights for Beskar and to establish a garrison on their homeworld. Companies were set up that refurbished old prison ships or constructed new ones with Beskar enhancements. Soon enough, more requests came in for manacles, holding cages, and security doors. Though initially this arrangement had been mutually beneficial to both Mandalore and the Empire, relations between them soon started to strain to the breaking point, and the Empire conquered Mandalorian's home. Following standard Imperial procedure, they enslaved the populace, strip-mined the planet of Beskar, and shipped a good deal of it off-world. Around this time, a dark-side acolyte and apprentice of Darth Vader's, the Dark Lady of the Sith, Lumia, used some of the Mandalorian iron in the construction of the Light Whip. Though they took a great deal of the Mandalorian armor, they had only mined the planet's shallow veins, while much later, when the Empire would know more and after a devastating attack by the extragalactic species, the Yuzong, a new great source of the Beskar ore was discovered in much deeper grounds. This is what I believe will become the new canon, or at least a form of it will become the new canon, for what is talked about in the show as the Great Purge. I believe the Empire did this exact same thing in the canon that they did in Legends, where they went into Mandalore and they basically just purged it, and they took all of the Beskar. This new discovery led to Mandalore once again rising to economic prosperity under their new leader, the reigning Mandalore Boba Fett. A new set of Beskar armor was forged for him to replace his old Durasteel plates. During this period, Jaina Solo, the daughter of Leia and Han, was training with the Mandalorians to learn new fighting techniques to aid her in fighting her brother, who had fallen to the dark side and become Darth Caedus, which I'm making a video on in this entirety, his whole history. It's like a 20-minute video, so I hope you guys will enjoy it. He is who Kylo Ren is supposed to actually be, or is based off of, slightly. Jaina was furnished with Beskar armor plates that she used during her final confrontation with her twin. Though the iron was pretty much impervious, Jedi Grandmaster Luke Skywalker had taught his niece how to perceive the faint flaws left in Beskar as early as the forging phase, and how to exploit those tiny imperfections with the Force to completely shatter the armor. This kind of reminds me of Mace Windu's iconic Force ability called Shatterpoint, where he would see the world in different panes of glass, and see the weak points of different objects, enemies, whatever it is. So essentially, Beskar ore is Star Wars' equivalent to Wakanda's vibranium, an incredible, useful, and powerful metal that helps to wonder how such a resource might have changed the relationship between Palpatine and Darth Vader if the Sith apprentice's armor had been entirely composed of that wondrous material instead of Durasteel. I mean, a lightsaber to Greek Darth Vader. But of course, Palpatine never wanted this. He gave Vader the worst robotics and technology that he could because he wanted Vader to suffer for his defeat from Obi-Wan, and in losing Palpatine, the prodigal chosen one at his full power. Because as we all know, once Anakin lost to Obi-Wan, he lost 3 of his limbs, including the one that he had already lost. So 4 limbs, which severed his connection to the Force entirely. And as George Lucas stated, he was only 80% at maximum power in comparison to Palpatine. Which, if he had never lost to Obi-Wan or never lost his limbs, he would have been far greater in power compared to Palpatine. So, I hope you enjoyed today's video about Beskar's origins and history, and also the Great Purge, to what I believe will also become canon, or at least a similar variant of it. Also, make sure you check out yesterday's video, which covered George Lucas's original script for his Underworld series, which was supposed to take place in Coruscant. It's supposed to be like this underworld show about all the darker parts of Star Wars. So, like Palpatine's backstory, which revealed something really interesting regarding it. I want you guys to go check it out if you haven't already. And if you have, also let me know what you think about it. As well as we were supposed to get lots of Boba Fett in there as well. So, seeing as how George was involved with The Mandalorian, it kind of makes me wonder or think, or at least hope, that he had a big say in where the show goes, and hopefully for more seasons and episodes, what planets we might visit, and even what characters. Leave a like on this video if you enjoyed it. I hope you have an awesome rest of your day, and until we see each other in the next one, remember, the Force will be
just
with you
around the corner.
always.
Down. Maybe the beacon's busted. Tell you what, fallen crews around here jack Vanguard gear all the time. See if you can find a spare beacon.
Star Wars The Clone Wars was an exceptionally well-written show.
It's a yellow dude running. Huh.
area's clear. Let's get back to that stash so I can send it over. The gravity on Titan is approximately 1.352 meters per second squared. Except here. These floating rocks must be a residual effect from some hive magic.
fine, but a little spider just told me Shin Malphur's been spotted in the EDZ. Remember him? Famous renegade, golden gun, mad on for revenge? He and I had an arrangement. The EDZ was not part of that arrangement. Come on back to base. We gotta regroup.
A good rule of thumb when it comes to fantasy or sci-fi TV shows is that there will always be at least one weird episode. Star Wars The Clone Wars had quite a few. See R2 and C-3PO negotiating with a race of trees that lives underground, Mace Windu and Jar Jar Binks teaming up to fight a cult, and Padme and Satine literally investigating tea imports on Mandalore. But among these weird episodes, there's a really good one that stands out, Brain Invaders, the 8th episode of Season 2. In this video, we'll be taking a look at why such an odd and risky episode ended up being so good.
Attention, Sergeant on deck!
Hi there.
We've mentioned in the past that Star Wars The Clone Wars was great because its writers were given a whole lot of freedom when it came to taking risks. Brain Invaders was a perfect example of that. Setting an episode of a show about the Clone Wars aboard a medical vessel and then adding the classic horror brainworm trope to the mix is probably not something we'll ever see under the likes of Disney for one simple reason. It's a big risk. It blurs the genre lines between space opera and horror, and mixing such distinct genres like that isn't usually considered a smart move. And yet, it ended up working pretty well. Now, before we get into this, we want to clarify that, unlike in previous Clone Wars episode analysis, we're not claiming that Brain Invaders shaped the show in some way. Sure, it had character development that manifested in later episodes, which we'll get into later, but it didn't really change the show per se. There were no notable writing shifts, no interesting new recurring elements introduced, nothing of the sort. There are a bunch of small things that come together in this episode that make it a worthwhile watch. So without further ado, let's get into them. In terms of plot, Brain Invaders picked up where Legacy of Terror, the previous episode, left off. Legacy of Terror had introduced Karina the Great's Geonosian brainworms as a plot device to bring zombie Geonosians into the picture, and the episode revolved around Karina's plan to use these worms to control the Jedi for her own ends. Karina, of course, was defeated, and Poggle the Lesser was captured, bringing the arc of the Second Battle of Geonosis to an end. But Brain Invaders would continue the story of the brainworms and Karina's plot, as we all know, albeit in a different way. One of the reasons Brain Invaders is such an effective episode is that the characters that the Geonosian worms control are all in some way familiar and sympathetic. Barriss Offee and a platoon of clones. Having been featured prominently in the Weapons Factory, an earlier episode, Barriss was already well known to the audience, and while the clones of Tango Company were new characters, their nature as clones made them somewhat sympathetic by default. This is what makes the horror aspect of Brain Invaders work. There aren't really identifiable antagonists, just a group of characters with whom the audience is familiar as heroes. After all, horror plots with identifiable antagonists work because they place the protagonist at serious disadvantages, forcing their objective to revolve around hiding or escape, not victory. Were Ahsoka faced with a platoon of Geonosian zombies in the episode, or the brainworms controlled less sympathetic characters, the horror element would be gone. She'd be perfectly capable of just cutting her way through them. But because the worms are possessing clones, and eventually a close friend of hers, she's mostly unwilling to truly fight. She kills the possessed clones when forced to, but she tries to avoid it, and so the plot falls into a proper horror dynamic of the antagonist hunting the outmatched protagonist. Which brings us to another reason why the episode was so great: character development. By this point in the show, Ahsoka has already grown a lot as a character since Christosis, and in Brain Invaders, she grows some more. The nature of the episode's plot forces her to learn some of the stealth skills, and it puts her resourcefulness to the test, especially since, in the later parts of the episode, she's alone. Chronologically, this is her first real solo mission. Once Barriss is taken, for the first time that we know of, she's up against challenging enemies with absolutely nobody by her side. That she comes out on top is a sign that she's getting strong. Also, for the first time, this episode pits her against her own allies, including a new friend of hers. The possessed clones and Barriss are a more complicated enemy than what Ahsoka is used to, and she's forced to outthink them instead of just attacking. Barriss makes things even more complicated. Ahsoka really doesn't want to fight her, but she ultimately has no choice. The way she handles her battle with Barriss is another sign of her developing maturity. She manages to stay calm and defeat the worm controlling Barriss without killing her friend. The horror of this episode is another reason why it works. Even though horror can often clash sharply with the style that the Clone Wars typically has. It works primarily because the writers were able to establish the standard horror dynamic, because brainworms are used commonly enough in sci-fi for it not to be that jarring, and most of all because of Legacy of Terror. The previous episode established that there was a reason why the Geonosians had brainworms, and it makes the nature of the threat in Brain Invaders clear. More importantly, it provides some logic for that threat. Without Legacy of Terror to introduce the worms, Brain Invaders would have been really jarring, but because it introduced the worms in a way that works with the Star Wars universe, the episode fits a lot better. We know the true antagonist, and it's not a break in character or anything for them to be operating in the way that they are. With the nature of the threat already established and the other elements in place, the horror story of Brain Invaders works rather smoothly with the rest of the show. Brain Invaders nailed other elements that are crucial to good horror as well. It maintained a level of uncertainty up until the end. It presented the story through relatable characters that end up in situations that make the audience feel trapped, and it presented something that, within the universe, it makes sense to be genuinely terrified of. Having a worm go up your nose and take over your body is an extremely uncomfortable concept, which is why it's a commonly used trope and why the writers did a good job of making this uncomfortableness stick. Of course, there's also another, much more obvious reason that Brain Invaders is a good episode, and we're gonna play it for you. This quick 1-minute scene is perfect. For starters, it was the first scene in the entire show where Darth Vader became visible through the cracks in Anakin Skywalker's personality. Anakin had shown his angry side before, but this was a huge step further than the show had ever gone with his character before. It's really well done too. The tone is set right away by the music and Anakin's general tone and body language, but most viewers would think that it was just going to be more of the angrier version of Anakin that we'd seen before. Darker, but not Vader by any stretch. Of course, that expectation is shattered when Anakin outright punches Poggle, hitting him with such force that he's knocked out to the corner. This, as well as Anakin's general stance and the angle of the shot that follows, generally does exactly what it's supposed to do, make the viewer slightly uncomfortable, especially when Poggle keeps resisting. The force choke at the end is the icing on the cake. It makes it perfectly clear that this is a Vader moment that we're seeing, and intensifies the uncomfortability of the previous shots as well, lingering on Anakin's face and Poggle's dancing feet for just long enough for the meaning of the scene to sink in. Furthermore, there was no real lead up to get the audience to expect it. No foreshadowing, and the implication that comes as a result of this is what makes this scene in particular so powerful. There being no build-up to this scene leads the viewer to believe that there was no need for a build-up, which leads to the conclusion that this isn't unusual. And indeed it wasn't. Anakin had already slaughtered a whole village on Tatooine, as we saw in Attack of the Clones. Those who are more aware of the expanded universe knew that Anakin had given into his anger again in the months before the show as well, unleashing his fury on Asajj Ventress both on Yavin 4 and Coruscant, and learning how to choke people with the Force at the end of the Battle of Jabin. This scene isn't made out to be some big step toward the darkness or an important part of Anakin's descent. The implication of this scene is that the step that Anakin needed to take toward the dark side to get to this point was one that he had already taken. More importantly, this means that this side of Anakin, the Vader-esque force-choking nightmare interrogator, had existed for at least most of the show beneath the surface, concurrently with the relatable heroic Jedi Knight that, by this point, audiences had come to love. So that's your lesson in writing a story for today. But in all seriousness, guys, what do you think? Are there any other Clone Wars episodes that you'd like to see us go into like this? Feel free to post your thoughts in the comment section below. And just before you go, guys, please make sure you check out all those links in the description below. And with our Geetzly's Gaming Network, our Roblox is back up and running, so we're looking for some talented developers to come help out on the project. So make sure you message me on Discord and we can set something up. Anyways, guys, as always, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video. Did you ever hear the tragedy of Star Wars Rebels? I thought not. It's not a story that Disney would tell you. It's a Star Wars legend. Star Wars Rebels was an animated show with such promise and such hype that it was highly anticipated. It had such promise that it was even deemed a successor to the Clone Wars. Having Dave Filoni as head writer clearly is a pathway to many abilities some would consider to be unnatural. It had so much promise that the only thing Disney could do was ruin it, which eventually, of course, they did. Unfortunately, they boxed the show's writers in with so many restrictions that the tone of the show was lost completely. Ironic. The Clone Wars could be a success, but Rebels could not. For those who don't already know, Raid Shadow Legends is a brand new collection RPG game that's taking the mobile game. Star Wars The Clone Wars is mostly defined by its longer story arcs, the 3 or 4 episode stories that ended up being the stories for which the show became well known, and for good reason. But if you look back to Season 1, the episodes that shine out are standalone stories, like Rookies and The Hidden Enemy. And when you get down to it, most of the longer story arcs in that season weren't nearly as good as the longer arcs that eventually became. But at the end of Season 1, this began to flip, specifically with the Ryloth arc. Those 3 episodes, which formed the penultimate story of the show's first season, made up the first of the Clone Wars' great story arcs, and it's a shame that they're so often forgotten.
Attention, Sergeant on deck!
Storm over Ryloth, Innocence of Ryloth, and Liberty on Ryloth are among the show's most underrated episodes, most notably because they're part of Season 1. The first season of the Clone Wars is generally considered inferior to the rest of the show, and there are people out there that advocate for skipping it altogether. People that, on this channel, we like to refer to as heretics. But nonetheless, the Ryloth arc doesn't get nearly the credit that it deserves. When you look at it, not only was it the first great long arc, but it was also one of the best. But why? The answer to this question is tied to why the Clone Wars in general is so great. There are a lot of amazing things about the show, obviously, but when it comes down to it, the number one reason is that the writers weren't afraid. They weren't afraid to make their stories darker, more mature, and more violent. They weren't afraid to take some real risks that you wouldn't see anyone make under Disney. And above all, they weren't afraid to give their stories deeper meanings that reflected the nasty reality of war. This is why the Ryloth arc has so much impact. Each of these 3 episodes that make up the arc addresses a different aspect of the reality of war through the lens of different sets of characters, which are tied together on a singular storyline. Let's start with Storm over Ryloth. The first episode of the arc focuses on Ahsoka Tano as she, Admiral Yularen, and Anakin Skywalker attempt to break the blockade of Ryloth. Their first assault fails, and they quickly realize that they're outnumbered, and there isn't time for them to get any sort of reinforcements. But they try again anyway, and this time, through Ahsoka's ingenuity, they break the blockade. The whole story revolves around one theme that makes Ahsoka's arc in the episode resonate more: the inevitable cost and lives of any battle. This episode is rightfully considered to be an extremely important point in Ahsoka's evolution as a character. At the start of the episode, she's a new, eager, overconfident commander about to command her own starfighter operation. Her overconfidence proves to be undoing. Martuk, the enemy commander, has outsmarted her, and her failure to realize that she needs to retreat ends up killing almost all of the pilots under her command. Ahsoka is understandably crushed by this, and her self-confidence is completely shattered by the experience. But Anakin, seeing that she's given up, forces Ahsoka to give it another shot. He evacuates one of the Republic's 2 remaining Star Destroyers and takes command of it in a bid to take out Martuk at his flagship, which would allow the rest of the fleet to eliminate the remains of the droid blockade. Ahsoka is put in command of everything else, tasked with using 1 Star Destroyer and its complement to destroy 6 enemy heavy cruisers. But with support from Admiral Yularen and Captain Rex, Ahsoka, now less overconfident and more concerned about conserving the lives of her men, comes up with a plan. When Anakin's part of the operation happens successfully, Ahsoka implements it, successfully ripping apart the droid blockade by using the armored underside of the Star Destroyer to draw fire while its starfighters are sent in against the warships from a safer position. In doing so, Ahsoka has evolved both as a character and as a commander. The biggest factor in that evolution was Blue Squadron, which Ahsoka commanded in her initial assault. Going into the assault, Ahsoka had an idealized, impersonal version of war on her mind, much as those of us that haven't actually been on a battlefield generally do when we think of war. Everyone knows that people die in war, but not everyone understands that people die in war. The death tolls for any given battle are just a statistic, a compilation of names that don't.
So you give me a quest that I can't technically want to do yet. That's annoying. There it is. Very top. However you frickin' pronounce it.
Be seeing you, sister.
Unfortunately, this is all we have at the moment.
That is, until the names on those lists are names that do mean something to you. Ahsoka knew and was friends with the pilots of Blue Squadron, especially Axe. When almost all of them, especially Axe, died in combat, it suddenly meant something to her. The subsequent realization that it was also her fault hit even harder, and in making things this way for Ahsoka, the writers of the episode intended for a similar effect to happen to the viewer. We're used to seeing clones get shot or V-19s get blown up, but give those clones names and personalities and suddenly it means a whole lot more, as Rookies showed. But this isn't like it was in Rookies. In Rookies, a clone that we knew as a character sacrificed himself, dying so that he could be victorious. The same wasn't the case for Blue Squadron. In the grand scheme of the battle, their deaths were absolutely in vain. Such, of course, is the case in war in the real world. People die in war, and it isn't always worth it. That message is the heart of the episode. That it is a rough road that leads to the heights of greatness. It's a dark message, but it's also an important one. Moving on, we have the middle episode of the arc, Innocence of Ryloth. This is easily the best episode of the arc and one of the most powerful and heartfelt episodes of the entire show. And once more, the sheer power that this episode has comes from its message and the blatant upfront way in which that message is delivered. The opening fortune cookie for this episode is the costs of war can never be truly accounted for. And that's exactly what Innocence of Ryloth depicts so well. The Innocence of Ryloth centers on Obi-Wan Kenobi, Commander Cody, and the clone troopers Waxter and Boyle as they work their way through the Twi'lek village of Nabat. This village has been taken by Confederate Commander TX-20 as the location of a cluster of powerful proton cannons that are stopping the Republic from landing their armies, which he has guarded by living Twi'lek shields. With the help of a little Twi'lek girl, Kenobi and company destroy the cannons and liberate Nabat, allowing the Republic invasion force to land. The usage of living shields in this episode was a really bold move on the writer's part, and it pays off. It's a nasty practice that still happens today, and it's no coincidence that Nabat looks a hell of a lot like what you'd expect to see in pictures out of Iraq, Syria, or Afghanistan. This sets the tone for the episode right away, and lends the plot of the episode a level of seriousness that it wouldn't really have otherwise. Because of those Twi'lek prisoners chained up in front of the cannons, the story isn't just about clones fighting droids over artillery, it's about saving those Twi'leks, who the audience is constantly reminded of almost every time there's a scene in the Separatist command center. But even more impactful than the state of the people of Nabat is the state of Nabat itself. Going into the episode, most viewers generally expect that the Twi'leks will be freed and go on to rebuild their lives. But the sheer destruction that's visible in the village quenches this a bit. Nabat has been shredded, and even if the Twi'leks are freed, the viewer knows full well that it'll be painful for them anyway. Their lives are destroyed, and rebuilding will be long and arduous. By putting this up front in so blatant a manner, the writers make the viewers understand this and empathize with the Twi'leks. The crucial element in making this stick is a little Twi'lek girl named Numa. Numa is the perfect character to make the reality of this destruction have an impact. She's young enough that she's still supposed to have a level of innocence, but old enough to grasp the reality of the situation. She's vulnerable and cute, and so viewers are easily drawn to feel as sympathetic as possible for her. The writers then use this connection to bring the full weight of the destruction Nabat has experienced down on the viewer. Watching Numa lead Waxter and Boyle back to this bombed out, utterly annihilated place, and then realizing, together with the clones, that it's this little girl's house is a special kind of impactful. The absence of Numa's family only adds to this. While we discover later in the episode that her father, at least, is indeed alive and well, it's left completely ambiguous at this point, and the viewer is left to assume that her family is gone. Numa's reaction to the destruction makes the damage to Nabat personal and powerful, and it hits the viewer right in the face with the message of the episode as clear as possible. War is never clean. Civilians will die, homes will be destroyed, and the innocent will lose their families. This is the reality of war, and Innocence of Ryloth brings that reality home to the viewer. Of course, this depiction of reality also serves to make the end of the episode much more impactful. After seeing the destruction of Nabat from Numa's eyes, watching the freed Twi'leks run out from safety to climb a tank and physically rip TX-20 apart is all the more powerful, as is the end scene, which reveals that the Twi'lek word that Numa has been calling Waxer and Boyle for the whole episode means brother. This leaves us with the final episode of the arc, Liberty on Ryloth. This episode is focused on Mace Windu as he tries to recruit Cham Syndulla and his freedom fighters to help him take back Lesu, the planetary capital. They team up and are eventually successful in capturing Wat Tambor and at last bringing an end to the Battle of Ryloth. This episode doesn't push its message as hard as the other two episodes in the arc did, but the message was still there. Forming a united front against a common enemy, even when you don't trust your would-be allies, is a necessity. In Liberty on Ryloth, the Republic is finally moving to retake Ryloth's capital, but they find themselves in need of help to do it. To get that help, Mace Windu seeks out Cham Syndulla, the leader of a Twi'lek resistance movement who has been waging his own separate war against the Confederacy. But Windu has a problem. Syndulla is unwilling to work with the Republic because he doesn't trust it. More specifically, he doesn't trust Orn Frita, Ryloth's corpulent senator who he feels doesn't have the interests of the people of Ryloth in mind. Senator Tar doesn't trust Syndulla either. He considers him a fireband that would just as gladly get rid of him as he would get rid of Tambor. As the history buffs in the audience are probably thinking right now, this is very similar to how the Allied powers formed in World War II. The Allies were victorious in World War II because factions that didn't trust each other formed a united front against the Axis. More specifically, the capitalist powers of the US, UK and France worked together with the communists of the USSR and in a number of crucial resistance groups. Syndulla represents the communists here, while the capitalists are Orn Frita, and in both cases, neither would have been successful had they not worked together. Fortunately for humanity, the Allies ultimately did work together to crush fascism, and unfortunately for Ryloth, Syndulla and Tar made a similar deal. In both cases, of course, the two sides continued to have problems with each other afterwards, but the greater evil was nonetheless brought down. Liberty on Ryloth is about showing just how important this kind of teamwork is, and even if this message isn't nearly as powerful as the other two, it's still an important and often hard to hear message about the reality of war. It caps off the Ryloth arc and finally gives those poor Twi'leks a happy ending. For now. So that's why we consider the Ryloth arc to be the Clone Wars' first great longer story arc. But as per usual guys, I want to know what you think. Did we miss anything in our analysis here? Feel free to post your thoughts in the comments section below. And just before I go guys, I want to say a big thank you to all of the current patrons I have. Your guys' contributions to the channel really does help. It improves the quality and hopefully in the future quantity of the videos soon, as I might be planning to bring back some gaming videos as the 4th video for the week, so make sure you stay tuned for that. And also, make sure you check out all those juicy links in the description below, including our Star Wars Discords, our Geeksleys Gaming Network, and my second history channel called The Front, if you're into history. Anyways guys, as always, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video.
Checking.
By far, the most recognizable symbol of the Clone Wars was the armor worn by the clone troopers of the Grand Army of the Republic, especially their helmets. There have always been
for you?
I would have died when the old tower fell.
Eververse has the goods.
Oh, let me check right away.
Take as long as you like.
2
I can
hours
wait.
back. Ready?
Why don't they do something?
We drove the Red Legion out. We'll do the same to whomever comes next.
Keep it down. You know they're here.
Not everything Fenchurch sends is safe to sell.
Keep it down. You know they're here.
Always something
Checking
new
for
with
packages.
Eververse.
Anything for you?
Been some fans, however, that have questioned the utility of this armor, since it quite clearly can't stop blaster bolts. Today, we hope to put that perspective to rest. Clone armor was indeed extremely useful, even if it wasn't perfect, and in this video, we're gonna go over why. This video is going to be split into 2 parts. In the first part, we'll be discussing standard armor and why it was so great, as it was adaptable to nearly every climate and came with a plethora of performance boosting gear. In the second part, we'll be discussing the benefits of certain popular armor modifications and specialized climate armor sets. So without further ado, let's discuss the standard armor.
Attention, Sergeant on deck!
The first part, and one of the most essential parts of clone armor, is the one that's most often forgotten: the black body glove that lay beneath the plating. This body glove was not only mostly comfortable and sufficient to cover most of the average human's body, but it also had other practical uses, like helping to keep one's body temperature at a stable level and providing a layer of protection for joints that can't be armored. These body gloves were also capable of working in tandem with helmets to provide an enclosed environment around a being, allowing for survival even in vacuum, at least for a limited time. These body gloves persisted without much change even into the time of the Empire, and the fact that many Jedi generals started using them as well stands as a testament to their usefulness. The more visible part of the clone armor set was, of course, the armor itself. Clone armor consisted of 20 plastoid plates fitted onto the bodysuit beneath, which provided protection against everything from primitive bladed weapons to shrapnel to even glancing blaster shots. While clone armor may seem clunky and useless on the surface, it actually provided a whole lot of protection from the secondary dangers of the battlefield. It's often forgotten that shrapnel can be a greater threat to a soldier than enemy infantry, and clone armor almost completely protected troopers against that and other similar dangers, allowing them to focus more on their missions. These armor plates also came with a number of useful built-in features, like the wide-range comlink built into the clone gauntlets and the climate control system built into the backplate. Clone armor was, after all, climate controlled. Each clone had a life support system on their back that monitored their vitals and worked with the body glove to regulate the temperature inside the armor, most often in the form of cooling. This enabled clones to fight in all but the most extreme of temperatures in standard battle armor, saving the Republic money on climate protection. Another key part of standard clone armor was the belt. The belt primarily stored spare power packs and gas cartridges for blaster rifles, but it had 4 pouches that could hold other things as well, including food capsules, grappling hooks, detonators, and spare general use power cells.
This tournament celebrates
Also
the
equipped
old
with clone
ways.
belts was a
Come
small
test your
handheld
mettle.
thermal detonator, which was supposed to be used as a last-ditch suicidal weapon if a clone found himself in a particularly nasty position. The most important part of any clone's kit was, of course, the helmet. Clone helmets had a whole ton of advanced gear built into them, and many a clone was known to joke that they were just machines made to pull triggers for their helmets. This joke wasn't even all that far from the truth either. Among the many systems built into the clone HUDs was one that linked helmet view screens directly to clone blasters to help them aim, which essentially means that all clone troopers were playing with aimbot mods. Clone helmets also cleared up vision for the men behind the helmets, cutting through the smoke and dust and highlighting targets in red. The most important part of the helmet was its communications gear, however, which allowed clones to speak to each other without having to shout over the din of battle, and even making such conversations completely inaudible to anyone not wearing a helmet themselves. This communications gear linked clones directly to LAAT gunships and command centers, allowing any clone on any battlefield to be pinpointed on a map. High power antennas were built into the fins of Phase 1 helmets for this very purpose. Helmets also completed the environmental seal of the armor, making clones impervious to unfriendly gas mixtures due to built-in filters, as long as there was breathable air somewhere mixed in. Between the climate control system built into the armor and the helmet filters, standard clone armor was usable in almost every environment. It wasn't perfect, however, and there were modifications made, some of which became universal. Phase 2 clone armor was designed to address the shortcomings in the standard kit. Aside from the helmet, the only modifications made were to make the armor more comfortable, which was a major problem with Phase 1. Most of the improvements came with the new helmets, however. Communications gear in the helmets was made more compact, and the air filtration system was greatly improved. Polarized lenses and an enunciator were added, and most importantly, the helmet was given nozzles that could link up to life support packs generally given to clone
Prove
pilots,
you're ready for what
making the
comes.
armor fully viable for combat in a vacuum. No one set of armor could cover any situation, however, and so modifications
Zone
were
C
often
captured.
made. Of particular note were Karmas and Pauldrons, armor enhancements frequently used by clone officers. Karmas were flexible leather battle skirts that provided an additional level of protection from shrapnel and battlefield debris, though they were mostly for show. For airborne
Zone A
troopers in
captured.
particular,
Zone
they frequently
advantage is
proved useful,
yours.
as they were known to be effective at shielding the legs of a soldier from the downdraft of a jetpack. Pauldrons were also frequently used, especially by ARC troopers. While during the time of the Galactic Empire, pauldrons would be used to signify rank, this was mostly unofficial during the Clone Wars, when the added armor was mostly practical. Many clone captains and commanders used them for added protection for their clone chests and shoulders, as the energy conductive material used in clone pauldrons could be used to
Captured
lessen
Zone
the
B.
impact
Now
of a
you
blaster
were the
shot,
wolf.
as seen when
Finish
Captain
the
Rex
hunt.
was shot by the droid commandos. Helmet modifications were the most common form of clone armor mods. Clones of all ranks used these, though they were much more common among officers than among standard troopers. Some, like visors, were just for show. Clones like
Your
Commander
lead
Fox
grows
used them to
sharper.
make themselves stand out, though they did occasionally have
The
a degree of
flames have
practical
gone
use
cold.
too, as shown by Commander Cody, who mounted communications gear on his. Other clones attached rangefinders or macro binoculars to their helmets,
Opponent
which
claims
improved
Zone
their
C.
vision
Opponent
and, as a
claims
result,
Zone A.
their aim.
You captured
Macro
Zone B.
binoculars were exactly what they sound like, but mounted to a clone's helmet for easy use. Clones on lookout duty or scouts employed these frequently, as it eliminated the need for a bulkier handheld set. Rangefinders, meanwhile, linked up with clone HUDs and blast
captured
targeting
Zone A.
systems,
2 zones
allowing
are
clone
yours.
sharpshooters to make better shots. Both attachments came with additional night vision modes. Some specialized clone classes had their own sets of armor, which were specialized for their role. Clone scouts, which included both ARF troopers and the scouts seen on Kashyyyk, had the most notable armor
Zone
variant,
C
which
captured.
came with
Now
camouflage
you were the
markings
wolf.
and a unique
Finish
helmet
the
that was
hunt.
better suited to a reconnaissance role. Phase 2 versions of this armor were lighter, with less armor plating and more open fabric, which made movement easier and less noisy. Another example of armor specialization was clone paratroopers. These clones were equipped with Kamas, pauldrons, and short-range jetpacks, but their most notable modification was a specialized helmet intended for their role. As these clones dropped from low orbit directly to a battlefield, their helmets were redesigned so as to compensate for there being less oxygen in upper atmosphere without necessitating a full life support unit. This saved money, and clone paratroopers went on to be one of the Grand Army's most effective clone variants. Clones involved in special operations units had their own specialized helmet, with improved communications gear that was encrypted better than standard clone frequencies. While CIS slices could hack into clone helmet feeds or conversations between troopers without all that much effort, special operations helmets were designed with this in mind, and communications sent from such helmets were almost perfectly secure. Lastly, there were a few clone armor variants that were designed for extreme environments beyond the range of the standard armor's climate control units. Scuba troopers, for example, made use of specialized helmets and air tanks intended for undersea combat, as well as special bodysuits designed to withstand extreme pressure and flippers. Cold assault armor was made for clones that would see action in icy climates, and there was also special clone exosuits designed for use in space. So guys, that was our complete tour of the Clone Troopers standard armor set and the many modifications for it as well. So as per usual, I want to know your thoughts in the comment section below. Did any of this surprise you, and more importantly, which clone armor set would you have liked to use during the Clone Wars? Let me know in the comment section below. And just before you go guys, please do make sure you check out all the links in the description below. I do have a second history channel called The Front that I'm working really hard on at the moment. So if you are into history, I really do think you'll enjoy that channel. But if you're more into gaming or you just want to join the wider Star Wars community, then we do have all of our Discord links in the description below, as well as our Geetsies Gaming Network, where you can join us on Gmod and Roblox. So make sure you check out all of those guys, they are in the description below. And as always, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video.
Zone B lost. Zone A captured. Five minutes left. Sound tactics so far.
The Chancellor's Service Medal was a very rare and very prestigious Republic military award, given personally by the Supreme Chancellor to individuals that performed extraordinary feats in battle. It's so prestigious that only one clone in fact is known to have ever earned it, although he didn't actually receive it, as we'll discuss later. That clone also happens to be the best clone of all time, ARC-77, also known as Captain Fordo.
Attention, Sergeant on deck!
You captured Zone C. You are victorious. Ah yes, the hunt is on.
The matter of who the best clone character is a hotly debated topic among Clone Wars fans. Most of the fans of the show would likely cite Captain Rex as the best clone trooper, while many of the EU intellectuals out there would likely cite Alpha 17 instead. But the correct answer is neither. Captain Fordo is objectively the best clone trooper of all time for a variety of reasons, most of which boil down to the fact that he's a badass on a whole new level. ARC-77 was one of the first batch of Alpha class ARC troopers, a group of 100 men that were cloned to essentially be super soldiers, modified only superficially from Jango Fett's original genome, unlike all other clones. ARC-77 took on the name Fordo during this period, and even in training, he apparently performed extremely well enough to merit the rank of ARC Captain. This was, in fact, a bit of a rarity. Most ARCs were given the rank of Lieutenant, and Fordo's promotion above that level proves that even the Kaminoans saw that he was a cut above the rest. After their training was completed, the ARCs were put in a stasis, mostly because the Kaminoans feared their capabilities. They were released as last-ditch defenders during the first Battle of Kamino, which they almost single-handedly won. After their performance at Kamino, The first 100 ARC troopers were deployed to command roles across the galaxy. Fordo had the distinct honor of being made the leader of a full squad of ARCs, which composed 10 men in total. Fordo, 2 ARC lieutenants, and 7 elite clone privates. This squad would later become well known as the Munilinst 10. Fordo's claim to fame comes from the Battle of Munilinst, during which he and his men were deployed secretly into the heart of the planet's capital city. After a crash landing beyond the city defenses, Fordo's squad cut through enemy snipers, tanks, and infantry on their way to IGBC's command center, at the base of which was a large artillery piece that was keeping Republic forces at bay. The Munilinst 10 destroyed this cannon and then climbed up to the top of the tower, losing only 1 clone in the process, CT-43/002, one of the elite privates. The Munilinst 10 camped at the top of the IGBC headquarters for most of the rest of the battle, until they were joined by Obi-Wan Kenobi. With their Jedi General leading the charge, Fordo and his men blew their way back into the command center and captured it with ease. Though Dirge launched a counterattack on the command center, he was ultimately defeated by Kenobi as well, though not before Captain Fordo made the ballsy decision to shoot the massive, nigh unkillable Gendai with a taser cable. Fordo was at the forefront of the Munilinst 10 for the entire mission, and he personally destroyed about as many droids as all of the others combined. He was responsible for the mission's success between his skill and tactical improvisation, and his sheer bravery in facing down Dirge is commendable as well. But there's more to Fordo's exploits than Munilinst. Not long after that battle ended, he was deployed to a new mission on Hypori. We all know the story of the Battle of Hypori. A massive army led by 7 Jedi was ambushed and crushed by General Grievous, who proceeded to kill 3 Jedi and nearly kill 3 more. The first of the Jedi that Grievous killed, however, managed to get a distress signal out, and the Munilinst 10 was sent to respond. Fordo was put in command of nearly 30 heavily armored ARC troopers for this mission and deployed in a specialized gunship to the planet's surface. The gunship, and shout out to the pilot by the way, managed to slip into the ruins of the crashed assault ship in which Grievous and the Jedi were battling. And once inside, Fordo deployed his men to commence rescue. He sent groups to retrieve wounded Jedi Aayla Secura and Shaak Ti, while he himself took point to rescue Ki-Adi-Mundi, who was trying to fight Grievous off. In this manner, Captain Fordo became the first clone to face General Grievous and survive, and he and his men managed to stall Grievous for long enough for the wounded to be retrieved and for General Mundi to escape. The Republic still lost the Battle of Hypori in a devastating fashion, but thanks to Captain Fordo, there were nonetheless survivors. The Republic only learned of Grievous because of him and his quick thinking. It was for this reason that, shortly after the Battle of Hypori, Fordo was awarded the Chancellor's Service Medal. But amazingly, Fordo refused it. Instead, he had posthumously dedicated it to CT-43/002, the only casualty that his squad had taken on Munilinst. What Fordo did after this was mostly unknown, but one way or another, the captain of the Munilinst 10 was back on Coruscant when General Grievous attacked. By this point in the war, he had done enough badass things that he had earned the rare honor of having J-Guys painted on his helmet. Until Captain Rex and Commander Blackout came into play with the release of Star Wars The Clone Wars, Fordo was the only clone to have received that honor as well. During the Battle of Coruscant, Fordo led one of many clone units called to action to defend the galactic city against millions upon millions of battle droids. Fordo's unit was outnumbered and overwhelmed, and yet Fordo kept fighting, dual-wielding a rifle and a pistol and single-handedly blasting through a whole column of super battle droids, all in an effort to cover his unit's retreat. This retreat was turned into a charge when Yoda and Mace Windu arrived, reinforcing Fordo and helping him and his men drive off the droid invaders. So that's the story of Captain Fordo, the only clone to have received the Chancellor's Service Medal and the best clone of all time. But what do you think? Do you still disagree and you think there's another clone better than our boy Fordo? Feel free to post your thoughts in the comments section below. And guys, I do apologize for the lack of clips in this video. I would have used more from Star Wars The Clone Wars 2003, but unfortunately, unlike the Star Wars The Clone Wars clips, they are instantly copyrighted by Lucasfilm, so we can't really use them in the videos. Anyway, Anyways, they're all up on YouTube, so if you want to check them out, you'll find them more than easily. And just before you go, make sure you check out all the links in the description below. If you want to check out the History channel, our Geetzleys Gaming Network, and all of our Discord links, where you can join the wider Geetzleys Star Wars community.
1 minute
Anyways,
left.
guys, as always, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video.
No lives left for anyone. Rest when you're dead. Seconds. Both teams out of reserves. End this. One opponent remains. You've been knocked out. Opposing team annihilated.
That was a good kill.
Clone Captain CT-7567,
Round
more
start.
commonly known as
You're
Rex,
in the lead.
is probably the most well-known clone trooper in all of Star Wars. Captain Rex's exploits are many and well-known, and his general badassery has made him a favourite of fans of Star Wars The Clone Wars. But when you think about it, Rex was very different from most of the other clones in the series, and even in the greater expanded universe. As such, we'll be addressing in this video a question that isn't often asked. Was Captain Rex defective? Now, before everyone rushes down to the comments, we've got a clarification to make. By defective, we mean the Kaminoan would consider him defective, which would mean that he wouldn't have fit their rigid expectations of how basic clone troopers would think. At any rate, he certainly wasn't physically defective, like 99, but there's plenty of evidence to suggest that he would have been considered mentally defective by the Kaminoans, in particular, considering his independence. Captain Rex is by far the most independent clone in Star Wars The Clone Wars, even more so than the ARC troopers that were in the show. Is even more independent than most of the clone troopers in the expanded universe, with the exception of a few that we'll address in detail later. We're not saying this is a bad thing, of course, it's what makes him such a great character after all. But to the Kaminoans, this would have been considered a very dangerous defect.
where you want them.
Let's look at a few examples of Rex in action to get a better feel for this. Our first example comes from the Battle of Christosis. In the early stages of the battle, Rex and Commander Cody were assigned to root out a traitor in the Republic's ranks, and relied on tactics that were for clones highly unorthodox, and weren't something that the average rank and file for Kamino could come up with. But considering that Rex came up with most of the plans used to root out and capture Slick, this can be used as evidence for his excessively unorthodox way of thinking. On the Rishi moon, however, it's clearly shown that Rex's ingenuity clearly outshined Cody's. At the very beginning of the mission, Cody himself puts Rex in charge of the mission to the Rishi base.
What can stop you if you fight together? Nothing.
And Rex definitely takes charge. He figures out that the watchman at the landing pad of the base is a commando droid much quicker than Cody does.
Visiting and have a safe trip back. We need to inspect the base just the same.
Enemy team is out of lives. Topple them. 1 minute left.
Roger.
The enemy is out of second chances.
A droid attack plan.
One opponent remains.
What the heck are you doing? Relax. Just as I thought.
And for the entirety of that episode, he's the one coming up with the ideas to save the day, an indicator of his independent thinking.
Total victory.
One of the most telling shows of independence made by Rex was on Saleucami, when he encountered clone deserter Cut Lawquane. Though he was originally suspicious of Cut, the time spent with him and his family while recovering from injuries changed his views on the man. And when Rex returned to the Republic, he ultimately didn't report the deserter. This is exceptionally unusual for a clone. All clone troopers were conditioned to see the Grand Army of the Republic as the only reason that they existed and the sole purpose they had in life, and considered desertion to be a crime tantamount to murdering squad mates. The fact that Rex was able to see past this is very strong evidence that he was more than just a clone captain with ARC trooper training. Instead, he was more independent than many ARC troopers ever were. Once again, Rex proved his independence on Umbara, where he aided in, and at points participated in, the direct defiance of Ponkrell's orders. Considering that most of the 501st did this as well, this isn't exactly unique to Rex, but Rex, nonetheless, went farther than most of the others. Rex led the mutiny against Krell, the other clones just followed his lead, albeit very willingly. As shown at the end of the Umbara arc, Rex was even willing and prepared to outright murder Krell at point-blank range, without the execution of Order 66. Not long after, Rex yet again demonstrated his uniqueness on Zygeria and Kadavo while infiltrating the Zygerian slave empire. On Zygeria, Rex was separated from Kenobi, Skywalker and Tano, yet continued the infiltration mission autonomously, despite there being no plan in place at all. Rex managed to arm himself and get to the Zygerian auction on his own, something that the average clone would probably not be able to do. During the same sequence of events, he displayed strong independence yet again on Kadavo, where he chose to kill Keeper Argyris despite the hesitation of his direct commander, which in some cases could be considered acting out of turn and unbecoming of a clone trooper. In addition to this, during the manhunt for Ahsoka Tano in 20 BBY, Rex constantly vouched for his former commander, ordering his men to set their weapons to stun, with that order going directly against protocol for such situations. When other clone commanders like Fox were certain of Tano's guilt, Rex nonetheless stuck up for her, trusting his own observations over those of an officer that outranked him. But one of the most telling signs of Rex's extreme independence came in the aftermath of the death of Fives. As we've discussed multiple times on this channel, Rex chose to have his inhibitor chip surgically removed after the incident, and urged other commanders to do the same. Only a handful of clones actually did this, all of whom were also extremely independent. The other clones removed their chips when confronted with proof that they existed, but if you remember the episode in which Fives died, Rex had nothing to go off but the word of a man who appeared to be insane. Rex did the necessary digging to rediscover the chips on his own, which is definitely not something the Kaminoans would approve of, never mind also choosing to remove the chip after discovering it. Rex's defection from the Empire during the Siege of Mandalore is the final piece of evidence that we'll present during this theory. There were clones that disobeyed Order 66 of course, but Rex went several steps further. He faked his and Ahsoka Tano's deaths to cover up his betrayal and then proceeded to desert the Empire altogether. Even the other clones that deserted the Empire didn't go that far in helping their Jedi generals escape. Some of this is explainable of course. Rex was one of the first graduates of ARC Trooper Alpha 17's Clone Commander program, which retrained clone commanders to be more like ARC Troopers. But while this explains some of Rex's independence, it doesn't explain away everything here. Some cases of Rex acting independently are completely unlike anything seen from any other standard clone, even the hyper-independent ARC Troopers. But there are some similarities between Rex and some less standard clones. Let's take a look at another clone trooper that was definitely defective, Alpha 02, better known as Spar. Rex actually shares more similarities with Spar than he does most other clones. Both men were noted for their extreme independence, their ingenuity, their disregard for protocol, and ultimately their desertion from the Grand Army of the Republic. Spar was considered defective when these traits expressed themselves in training, but it's possible that Rex was able to hide them better and so slipped under the radar. And again, what the Kaminoans considered defective is different from what we would consider defective. The Kaminoans were almost Orwellian when it came to the independence of their creations. They deliberately suppressed the genes that made Jango Fett more independent to varying degrees in all of the clone breeds, even the ARC Troopers, and were known to terminate clones for any sign of deviation from this standard. Even questioning the reason for an order during training could get a rank-and-file clone trooper executed. That all considered, I think that it's very clear that Captain Rex was, in fact, a defective clone. He certainly wasn't malformed, and he wasn't a bad soldier either. On the contrary, he was one of the best soldiers the Republic ever had, up there with the likes of Carth Onasi. But the Kaminoans wouldn't have cared. To them, Rex would have been considered an imperfection worthy of termination. It's lucky then that they didn't pay close enough attention to him. But that's just the theory on the matter, and it's still a matter of debate, even if in our opinion the debate is pretty stacked in our favour. So as per usual, I want to know what you guys think. Do you agree with our theory, or are we the defective ones here? Feel free to post your thoughts in the comments section below. The Kaminoan clone rebellion of 12 BBY effectively ended the dominance of clones of Jango Fett in the ranks of the Imperial Stormtroopers, a major event in Imperial history that was almost completely suppressed from historical record. Born out of a Kaminoan desire for greater independence and power, the rebellion was short-lived, and the work of Boba Fett and the 501st Legion ended it before it could truly take off. This was actually for the best. If they hadn't succeeded, it could have had dire consequences for the galaxy at large.
Attention, Sergeant on deck!
For some of you, the Kaminoan clone rebellion may need some context. By 12 BBY, the Kaminoans had gotten tired of the Imperial monopoly on their cloning facilities.
Every death counts.
During the Clone Wars, they tasted the power, money and influence that came with galactic recognition for the first time, but the supremacy of the Empire meant that Kamino got no more special treatment. While the Republic was content to just buy whatever the Kaminoans gave them, the Empire dictated what they were getting and at what price, and there was nothing the Kaminoans could do about it. In anger, a group of the Kaminoan cloners broke from their comrades and began cloning armies of anti-troopers. Fett clones equipped with Phase 1 equipment that they intended to use to start a rebellion. They planned to drive the Empire of Kamino, and there's a high likelihood that they would have made preemptive strikes against their other nearby Imperial worlds, thus inciting a large-scale conflict between the Kaminoans and the Empire. Fortunately for the Empire, they heard of the plans for the rebellion before the anti-trooper army was fully ready, and so the 501st Legion descended on Kamino, with Boba Fett guiding them. In classic 501st fashion, they cut through their anti-trooper opponents with ease and completely dismantled the renegade cloning operation, killing the rogue clone masters and ending the rebellion before it even had a chance to fully begin. The Kaminoans that didn't rebel sued for mercy, and they were allowed to continue their cloning operations, though they were forced to downsize. Kamino diminished greatly in importance after this incident, as the Empire began using other clone worlds and other clone templates. This, of course, weakened the Stormtrooper cause significantly, as the other clones were of much lesser quality than the Kaminoan ones had been. Kamino would never really return to the level of importance that it had held before the Uprising, and after the Battle of Endor, private contracts once more began to dominate their clone output. But what if things had been different? If the Kaminoans had successfully repulsed the Empire, their independent cloning operations would have gone from minor nuisance to major threat. Kaminoan clone armies would be poised to capture crucial Imperial worlds, most notably Rothana and Rishi, and it's not out of the question they could have taken a decent-sized swath of the rim from the Empire. Now, you might have noticed that we've made no mention of the Rebel Alliance here, which is because it would take another 10 years for it to be formed. But in this alternate timeline, the Alliance to restore the Republic did form as it did in the normal timeline. The Kaminoans would not have allied with them, however. The Kaminoans didn't oppose the Empire because they wanted a freer galaxy. They opposed the Empire because the Empire was limiting their power and cutting in on their profits. They likely would have seen the rebellion's fight for freedom in a similar light. After all, the Kaminoans were very authoritarian themselves, and their views on the rebellion likely would have lined up a whole lot with the Empire's. In this alternate galactic civil war, the Kaminoans would have fought against both sides, and there's an uncomfortably strong possibility that they could have won. With the Empire and the Rebellion focused on each other, an independent Kamino could prey on both sides, eroding their power and, to some degree, eventually coming to supplant them. Thanks to their private clone armies, the Kaminoans would have been poised to dominate much of the galaxy, either directly or more likely indirectly. Either scenario would be a nightmare for everyone involved except the Kaminoans. Despite having sided with the Republic during the Clone Wars, the Kaminoans were far from decent people as a species. They were brutal to their clones, as we've discussed in other videos, and their primary motivator in siding with the Republic was credits. They were paid exorbitant amounts of money to side with the Republic, and so they did. They were ruthlessly profit-hungry, and though their products often lived up to the prices the Kaminoans charged for them, that doesn't excuse it. To truly understand who the Kaminoans were as a species, we need to take a look at their history. As you could probably guess, Kamino wasn't always a water world. As the Kaminoan species developed, they eventually built up a society for themselves on dry land across a large number of low-lying continents. This changed in 19,000 BBY, when a massive climate shift happened, either naturally or because of Kaminoan development. Either way, Kamino's ice caps melted completely, drowning the continents and threatening the Kaminoans with extinction. Kaminoan society was forced to change drastically in response to the Great Flood. As their continents began to disappear, they built up the first of their famous stilt cities in order to escape the flood, and these cities saved them from extinction. Their culture and way of life was altered greatly as a result of this, but the Kaminoans took it a step further. Some of them began to see that there were natural traits that had aided in this adaptation, and some that did not. As a result, the Kaminoans began culling their own species, euthanizing anyone that they deemed unfit for reproduction, and extensively altering the genetics of those that they didn't kill. They took evolution into their own hands, forcing change across what remained of their species across a few generations. They did what they believed they had to do in order to ensure their survival as a species. This is how they became enamored with cloning. Their new cultural focus on genetics naturally led to cloning, and cloning was, at any rate, a necessity when it came to saving Kaminoan species that were endangered by the flood. But yet again, the Kaminoans took this further. Their eugenics and their genetic tampering went from doing what they had to do in order to survive to perfection. They tampered with their genetic code until they deemed themselves the pinnacle of sentient life, and they took internal conformity and genetics in general to the extreme. They applied the same perfectionist razor to their clones as well. Among the clones that served in the Grand Army of the Republic, there were many stories about Kaminoan genetic perfectionism, including a batch of clones that got euthanized purely for having eyes that were colored differently from their standard counterparts. The Kaminoans, of course, usually got away with this. At first, this was because next to nobody knew about them, and those that did cared about purchasing their products, not about how they treated them. Once Kamino became known to the galaxy at large, the Republic relied on them for clone production, and so nobody in the government risked ruining the contract because of ethical concerns, war being war. The Empire, of course, didn't care at all, but in a universe in which the Kaminoans were successful in their rebellion against the Empire, Kaminoan eugenics would have become the business of more than just the clones they produced. Either right off the bat or gradually, the Kaminoans would have started to view any worlds they took over under the same lens of genetic perfectionism that they saw themselves and their clones. Doubtlessly, they would have observed genetic inefficiencies, incomplete evolutionary processes, and potential for improvement. And by improvement, of course, we mean what the Kaminoans called culling, what anyone else probably would have considered borderline genocide. They would have killed any genetic inferiors that they found, either gradually or in mass purges, and set to work messing with the genetics of those that remained. Entire sentient species, likely against their will, would have been molded to whatever the Kaminoans wanted to mold them into, through their genetic tampering. To the Kaminoans, any beings under their jurisdiction would be just like their clones, their genetic inferiors, and therefore fair game for any sorts of eugenics they wished to put into effect. Even without the eugenics, the Kaminoans were hardly leadership material. Their external motivations were profit and control, which makes them a lot like Disney actually, which may well be why the Kaminoans are much less prominent in the new canon. Kaminoan rule would be like the Empire, but much more intrusive. They were just as authoritarian, perhaps even more, which is why it took them years to have any problems with the Empire in the first place. The Kaminoans, after all, were perfectionists, and they were regulatory to the extreme. We could go on, but suffice it to say that life under Kamino would be hell.
You're neck and neck on reserve.
So that's why a successful Kaminoan rebellion would have been a nightmare for the galaxy. But as per usual, I want to know what you think. Did you know all this about the Kaminoans, or was this a revelation? Let me know in the comment section below. And as always guys, just before you go, make sure you check out all those cool kid links in the description below, where you can join the wider Geeksies community on our Geeksies gaming network, as well as all of our Discord servers where you can interact with other Star Wars fans such as yourself. And if you are into history, I do have my second history channel, where we talk about all the niche and unknown topics of World War II, so make sure you check that one out as well guys. Anyways, as always, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video.
You annihilate. It's dead even. Which of you will survive?
The Republic's clone commandos were some of the most skilled soldiers in galactic history, second in their time only to ARC troopers. But despite their skill and important role in the Grand Army of the Republic, they only appeared twice in Star Wars: The Clone Wars. This, of course, is because there were very few opportunities in which they would have been of use in the show. After all, clone commandos were bred and trained for a very specific kind of mission. In this video, we'll be discussing what that kind of mission was and the handful of cases in which they might have come in handy in the Clone Wars.
Attention, Sergeant on deck!
1 minute.
The Kaminoans created 10,000 clone commandos to serve in the Grand Army of the Republic's Special Operations Brigade, though around half of them died in the First Battle of Geonosis due to poor tactical decisions. They were more independent than the standard clone, though not quite as independent as ARCs were, and the Kaminoans had hoped that this would allow them to be superior to their more common brethren. Though ARC troopers were in turn superior to commandos, the Kaminoans favoured generally the commandos anyway, believing the ARCs to be much too independent and willful. Clone commando training was rigorous and often involved live fire exercises, often in other parts of Tipoca City without the knowledge of the other clones. Though the Kaminoans, as always, were heavily involved in this training regimen, the Clone Commando training program was led by a group of 100 skilled warriors, 75 of them Mandalorian, recruited by Jango Fett, the Khoi Valdar. Aside from passing on the legendary combat skills of the Mandalorian warriors to the commandos, the Khoi Valdar also taught the commandos aspects of Mandalorian culture, which led to scorn from regular troopers when Mandalorian units began fighting for the CIS later in the Clone Wars. The final element that made Commandos so effective was their gear. Commandos wore special Khatan-class armor, which was more comprehensively protected and came with a number of extremely useful features. For one, it had Bacta processing implants that allowed Commandos to heal rapidly through the use of common Bacta dispensers, and a limited strength personal shield generator that protected the Commandos from small arms fire to a degree. Their helmets featured more advanced tech than could be found in some alien worlds, and their gauntlets came with built-in vibro blades. Their equipment packs allowed for a small army's worth of explosives and other useful gear to be carried into action, and their DC-17M blaster rifles could double as sniper rifles at anti-armor rocket launchers. With this kind of training and this kind of equipment set, you might expect that clone commandos would dominate battlefields, as the Jedi did at the outset of the war. Like the Jedi in Geonosis, however, you would be wrong. Clone commandos were trained for infiltration, assassination, sabotage, and small-scale raids, but massive ground battles were a whole new world for which they had no training at all. This, of course, is a big part of why they rarely showed up in Star Wars: The Clone Wars. In any of the show's large-scale battles, they would have been slaughtered. You see, clone commandos were trained to work independently. They commonly operated in squads of 4, but next to never in larger units, and due to the kind of missions they were intended for, their combat training involved working with themselves and their squad mates, with anyone else just being support. They had no team cohesion with larger groups of clones, especially not standard troopers. Sure, commando squads were capable of significant amounts of destruction, but that's not what's important on a battlefield. Trying to use clone commandos as mere heavy infantry had disastrous results at the First Battle of Geonosis. While the regular clone troopers operated as larger units, coordinating massive charges against droid positions across the wide valleys of the Geonosian hills, commando squads did what they were trained to do. They broke off in squads to follow the objectives the Jedi assigned to them. The results was pure slaughter, because no matter how heavily armed and armored you are, 4 men charging against a horde of battle droids is what you call suicide. This, by the way, is why clone commandos dislike Jedi. So what were clone commandos good for, you might be wondering? The answer is, as we hinted before, infiltration. In major battles, a squad or 2 would be dispatched to slip behind separatist lines and blow some stuff up, usually targeting communications or key supply choke points. Commandos were also known to be sent to kill enemy commanders, coordinate pockets of loyalist resistance, or perform high-stakes reconnaissance missions. They were also good for missions completely independent of the main army, like infiltrating droid factories or key separatist strongholds. They did the most damage when they were behind enemy lines, and the further behind enemy lines they were, the more potential to do damage they had. Notable Commando missions included the sabotage of a whole cluster of core ships during the Battle of Geonosis, the defense of the lost warship Prosecutor, the infiltration of the Trandoshan slaving operations on Kashyyyk, and the destruction of a separatist bioweapon facility on Kalura. After the first Battle of Geonosis, clone commandos were, for the most part, used properly. This was for the best, as there were only just over 5,000 of them left, and so we see predictably little of them in Star Wars The Clone Wars, as they were all off on more appropriate missions most of the time. With that said, there were a few missions from the show where clone commandos could have come in handy, though with that said, it's doubtful there would have been any major effect on the course of the war had they been present. First and foremost, we have the mission to destroy Skytop Station. Now, before we get into this, there is a catch. They would not have rescued R2-D2. On the plus side, however, they would have approached the mission with a better strategy than Anakin, Ahsoka, and company did. That's a pretty low bar to be fair, as the mission to Skytop Station had some of the most atrocious planning and leadership in the entire show, which probably owes to the fact that it was from the second episode that the writers had written at that point. There were a whole mountain of rookie mistakes made on Skytop, not least of which was continuing to use a droid that had not once in its entire career completed a task without creating a catastrophe. Other mistakes included Anakin's solo crusade to rescue R2 with no heed for stealth or any sort of reasonable precaution, putting Ahsoka in charge of the important part of the mission, Ahsoka choosing to engage General Grievous, and of course, bringing a bunch of standard clone troopers along on a stealth mission to a heavily guarded enemy asset. General Grievous made his own pile of mistakes during the mission as well, which was how the Republic somehow managed to pull it off. And if we assume that he makes the same mistakes against a squad of 4 clone commandos, then their mission would end up just like the simulations. Better even, considering how harsh commando simulations were. A squad of commandos would have no problem avoiding detection by the insanely inept droids stationed on Skytop, planting bombs at key points without detection, and slicing through security mainframes without having to rely on a stubby little traitor of a droid. Grievous and his Magna Guards probably wouldn't have even factored into this, as the commandos probably would have been off the station before anyone noticed that they had been there. By that point, of course, the bombs would have been detonated and Skytop Station would have been doomed, likely taking R2 with it. If we assume General Grievous is acting more consistent with his other depictions, however, the commandos would have had a harder time. They still likely would have been successful, but if Grievous caught up with them before they finished their mission, they probably would have had to split up, predictably causing at least one casualty. They also wouldn't be able to count on R2's data going down with the station, so the mission would have involved more work as well. That said, a squad of clone commandos still could have pulled it off, albeit with high casualties. Speaking of General Grievous, a squad of clone commandos also would have been good to send to Vsec. Kit Fisto might have been a good duelist and he might have even have been a good general, but the mission to Vsec proves that he was not a good infiltrator or a good assassin. Clone commandos would never have made the same mistakes Fisto made. Like, for example, having your men jump out and reveal themselves right as Grievous gets through the door in the hope that a sector-conquering, lightsaber-wielding, Jedi-killing carnage machine is just going to quietly surrender and allow you to take him into custody. It also makes more sense to send clone commandos to capture Nute Gunray than it does to send Jedi, which, of course, was the original objective of the Vsec mission. Like the Jedi, the commandos would have figured out the Republic's intel failures pretty quickly, and like the Jedi, they probably would have also jumped at the chance to capture Grievous. Or rather, they would have jumped at the chance to kill Grievous, because let's face it, any attempt to capture him would have had a snowball's chance on Mustafar at succeeding, even at his weakest. The plan to kill Grievous would have involved plenty of explosions and hacking into the base's security system, which almost definitely would have been more effective at putting a dent in Grievous than Fisto's methods. They would have fallen for exactly none of the traps that the Jedi fell into, and they might even have been able to take over a few of them. That said, the clone commandos ultimately would have proven just as successful at killing Grievous as Nadav Ebb did, because after all, Grievous was a walking meat grinder. Lastly, we have D-Squad's mission, which is really a bit of a no-brainer. Sending a bunch of astromechs to infiltrate an enemy dreadnought to steal an encryption module is an incredibly dumb idea, and whoever on Republic Command thought it up should have been demoted or even suggested it. Clone commandos would have been much more competent than Colonel Gaskin and his band Mitzvahs were. and if Delta Squad's mission on the RAS Prosecutor is any indication, they would have had no problem stealing that encryption module and getting away with it. Of course, this means they would never have discovered Gregor, but that's a small price to pay for salvation from having to watch D Squad's antics for 4 whole episodes. So, those were some missions from Star Wars The Clone Wars that Clone Commandos would have been good for. But as per usual guys, I want to know your thoughts. Are there any other missions you think should have been listed in this video, aside from Lola Seiyu, which I've actually done a whole separate video on in the past, which I will link at the end of this video? Let me know in the comments section below. And just before you go guys, make sure you check out all those juicy links in the description below. I need not remind you, we have our Geeksies Gaming Network, our Discord servers, all where you can interact with the wider Geeksies community and interact with other Star Wars fans. I also do have my second history channel that discusses all the unknown topics about World War II, so if you're into that, make sure you click that link as well. Anyways guys, as always, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video.
Hey, you're losing most! Ice the blockers! Invader on the field! Careful! Portal is primed. Lock and load. Invader down. Your ally's a hero. Your ally's invading the other side.
Of all the Clone Trooper variants out there, 2 capture the imaginations of Clone Wars fans more than any others: Clone Commandos and ARC Troopers. These 2 types of elite clones seem outwardly to be very similar, and at any rate, both of them are undeniably badass. But they are next to never seen together, and when they are, many more casual Clone Wars fans would be surprised to learn that they didn't get along well at all. In this video, we'll be discussing how ARC Troopers and Clone Commandos were independent in very different ways. To start, we're going to clear up a fairly common misconception. ARC Troopers and Clone Commandos were actually very different. They were rarely seen together because they would rarely have both fit a mission profile. As we discussed in another recent video, Clone Commandos were infiltrators, whose job it was to work behind enemy lines on special missions, operating covertly and in small groups. ARC Troopers, however, were created to be war machines. They were used as tactical commanders, command liaisons for Jedi generals, elite soldiers, and in the case of squads like the Munilans 10, they were often sent behind enemy lines not for covert missions, but to cut bloody swaths through enemy command centers. As we discussed in our recent video on Clone Commandos, the 10,000 elite troopers of the Special Operations Brigade were between regular clones and ARC Troopers. They were bred to be more independent and more like Jango Fett, like the ARCs, but they were also bred to be squad-centric and obedient, like regular clone troopers. This mix, it was hoped, would create a flexible soldier that could operate behind enemy lines apart from command units, but not one that would be independent enough to the point of disobedience, as the ARC Troopers proved themselves to be time and time again. ARC Troopers, meanwhile, were pretty much pure Jango, to once again borrow the words of Karen Travis. 100 Alpha Series ARC Troopers were bred by the Kaminoans, and with the exception of growth acceleration and slight behavioral modifications, they were pretty much identical to Jango. The Kaminoans considered them a secret project, and few clones were aware of their existence. Even some of the commando trainers were kept in the dark about them. They were made to be independent almost in the extreme, an experiment that attempted to harness what made Jango Fett the perfect warrior. ARCs not only looked like Jango, but fought like him too. This was exacerbated by how the ARC Troopers were trained. Jango Fett actually trained every single one of them personally, with minimal aid from other instructors or the Kaminoans. Fett taught them how to fight, how to handle weapons and technology, and how to react in a combat situation, as had been done for the other clones. However, unlike regular clones, they were also taught to think independently. Fett taught them to use their natural fierceness, their independence, and their high levels of creativity to their advantage, making them not just the perfect soldiers, but the perfect commanders as well. ARC Troopers were one-man armies. The Clone Commandos, on the other hand, were trained by a team of 100 skilled warriors handpicked by Fett, most of them Mandalorian. These commandos essentially received regular clone training but on steroids. They participated in live-fire combat drills, went through endless strings of battle simulations,
and even practice missions by fighting through the regular training complex to steal equipment. They were trained to be stronger than the regular clones and masters of behind-the-scenes work. However, while they were trained to be more independent than the regular clones, so as to require less command guidance during missions, they weren't nearly as independent as ARC troopers. They were indoctrinated with a fierce loyalty to the Republic, just like their standard issue brothers, and they were made to be obedient despite their ignorance. Predictably, the Kaminoans viewed ARCs and Commandos differently. They actually held clone Commandos in a bit of a higher regard, as seen in the opening cutscene of Star Wars Republic Commando. They believed they had come out more or less perfectly, despite some annoying personality flaws. They were independent yet obedient, the skilled Commandos they had intended to be. They were pleased with their results and sent them all off with Master Yoda as part of the first shipment of the Grand Army. Though we all know how that ended. On the other side, the Kaminoans actually kind of feared the ARC troopers. They were a success as well. I mean, the ARCs were the ultimate soldiers, fiercely independent and deadly in combat, but still loyal to the Republic. But the Kaminoans didn't trust them. They believed that their extreme individuality made them a threat, so they kept them a secret. 99 Alpha-class ARCs, the entire series save for Spark, who as we all know had deserted by that point, were kept in a stasis deep into Focus City, intended to be deployed only as a last line of defense for Kamino. The Kaminoans deployed them in the first battle of Kamino reluctantly despite the need, although their distrust for ARC troopers began to decrease quickly as they proved their effectiveness in battlefronts across the galaxy. Now that we've contrasted the origins of the two clone variants, let's contrast their general outlooks on the Clone Wars, which is where the heart of this map lies. Overall, while clone commandos were more independent than their common brethren, their outlooks on the Clone Wars and their general purposes were quite similar. Commandos were a bit more cynical, sure, but for the most part they were loyal to the Republic and were more than willing to sacrifice their lives for it. They were more of a Captain Rex kind of independent. They fought for themselves, but they still followed orders and the general mentality that the Kaminoans wanted their clones to follow. This, of course, was why the Kaminoans held them in high regard. Clone Commandos weren't overly fond of Jedi, but they still respected them, and some teams grew close with their force into the Commandos. Jedi Padawan E-Tang Tar Merkin became close with the Commandos of Omega Squad fairly early in the war, while the Commandos of Iron Team refused to execute Order 66 and helped Rowan Shrine and other Jedi escape Imperial-occupied Wakanda. Most held a little bit of disdain for the high and mighty pacifist ways of the Jedi, of course, but that didn't stop them from having a high respect for their combat abilities and for their general wisdom. Unlike many of their clone brethren, Commandos weren't overly fond of the Empire. A number of Commandos deserted, like the Iron Team did, and many others took the easier way out and simply retired when offered the chance. Those who didn't retire were lumped in with the Imperial 501st Legion, where they're partaking in some of the Empire's early atrocities that many Commandos to question their loyalties. Even those Commandos that were loyal to the Empire had a vague dissatisfaction with their duties, and were often disturbed by some of the Empire's more controversial actions. Most importantly, however, clone commandos were very close with each other, albeit in smaller groups than standard clones were. Each commando was fiercely loyal to the three men with whom he was raised, who considered each other brothers and cared for each other even more than standard units cared for their batches. Despite being less group-orientated overall when it came to the larger Special Operations Brigade, commandos were more group-orientated than the standard clones within their squads, which is in part what made Delta's squad the force that it was. ARC troopers, however, had different outlooks on things. They were fiercely independent to the point of almost being loners, much like the late Jango Fett. They were loyal to the Republic, but only insofar as they believed that it would be the best side in the war, not out of any sense of indoctrinated duty. The most notable difference from the clone commandos is that they did not, as General Krell put it, succumb to authority. If they disagreed with what a superior officer said, they would argue with them on it stubbornly, something no other clone variant in the GAR would ever do. The chain of command didn't matter much at all to them. If they respected a superior, they would follow them loyally, but if they didn't care what rank they were, they would do what they thought was best. This led many ARC troopers to actually dislike the Jedi, or at least dislike how they handled the war. Even ARCs like Alpha 17, who was good friends with Obi-Wan Kenobi, disagreed with the Jedi's approach to the war, which they saw as unnecessarily righteous and not brutal enough to succeed. Many ARCs outright saw the Jedi as tactically inept, which is, of course, a fair assessment of many Jedi generals. They had no real love for the Jedi, especially those Jedi that didn't respect their expertise. While ARC troopers were vastly more independent than clone commandos, they were actually more supportive of the Empire in general.
While most ARCs chose retirement when the Clone Wars ended, this was out of a desire for a bit more freedom than it was out of objection to the Empire's policy. Indeed, ARC troopers actually had fewer doubts about the Empire than Commandos did, in large part because many of them were thinking like Imperials from early in their careers. Jedi and ARCs clashed the most over the brutality of tactics. In many cases, ARC troopers were known to embrace extreme strategies that would cost more civilian lives, but would make victory easier, something most Jedi were vehemently against. Because the ARCs were more independent, they took on more of a Fett-like attitude, and so, ironically, they agreed with the Empire more than they disagreed with it. After all, the tactics that made some clone commandos doubt the Empire were tactics that the ARCs had been pushing for since Kamino. Furthermore, Alpha-class ARC troopers had little to no concept of brotherhood. While those clones that were promoted to ARC trooper were different in this regard, as they were in many others, the original ARCs were, like Jango, loners, who didn't care much for just about anyone else. They stood in stark contrast to clone commandos, and while they still respected them as skilled soldiers, they had no great love for them, and the feeling was mutual. While it would be misleading to say that they disliked each other, they didn't exactly like each other either, and they disagreed on a great many things. So, those are the differences between clone commandos and ARC troopers, but what do you think? Did any of this surprise you? And more importantly, which do you think are better? Clone commandos or ARC troopers? Which one would you want to be if you were part of There were many units in the Grand Army of the Republic that could be considered elite, ranging from the 501st Legion to the 41st Elite Corps to the Munilant 10. The largest such unit, as far as we know, was the Galactic Marines. Known mostly from their appearance in Megiddo in Revenge of the Sith, the Galactic Marines were Ki-Adi-Mundi's personal favourite unit of clone troopers, and was considered one of the most effective in the entire Republic. Despite this, however, very little is seen of the Galactic Marines, be it in canon or legends. In this video, we'll be exploring why. When the Grand Army of the Republic was deployed at the start of the Clone Wars, the Galactic Marines didn't actually exist. Instead, the men who would become the first Galactic Marines were members of the 21st Nova Corps, a unit from the 4th Sector Army. The 21st Nova Corps, as far as we know, was trained no differently than the rest of the Clone units were. However, through some combination of factors, the men of the unit were above average, something that eventually came to be recognized. The 21st Nova Corps was led by Clone Master Commander CC-1138, commonly known as Vakara. Vakara was a bit of a loner for the clone, but was an exceptionally effective commander. Alongside Commander Neo, Vakara developed military tactics that became commonplace in the use of UT-ATs and BARC speeders, and made the 21st Nova Corps into one of the Grand Army's most effective units, especially after he participated in commandery training under Alpha 17. Vakara was known to unilaterally reassign clones that didn't meet his high standards, ensuring that the 21st Nova Corps was composed of only the best clones in the Republic. Their effectiveness was only augmented by Vakara's tactics, which were unwaveringly ruthless and aggressive. Vakara and the 21st Nova Corps served with a number of Jedi, but for most of the war, they served under Ki-Adi-Mundi, a high-ranking member of the Jedi Council. Mundi and Vakara made an excellent team, and developed a mutual respect for each other despite numerous disagreements. Mundi was disturbed by Vakara's aggression and perfectionism, which he reported several times, but nonetheless appreciated his effectiveness in command of the Nova Corps. Several months into the war, as the Grand Army of the Republic began to diversify in order to create more specialized units, Mundi made the 21st Nova Corps into a separate unit that he and Vakara would lead, which came to be known as the Galactic Marines. The Galactic Marines were intended to serve as a rapid response siege unit, designed for maximum versatility. They were trained for combat in all possible scenarios on the ground, underwater, or in space, including in inhospitable conditions. They were especially skillful in planetary assault and shipboarding roles, and were used to capture enemy vessels numerous times in the Clone Wars. The Galactic Marines had unique armor designed for use in a greater variety of environments, which most notably included mesh face masks that kept out snow, sand, or ash. After their creation, the Galactic Marines quickly gained a reputation as among the Republic's finest. In 22 BBY, the Galactic Marines are known to have fought on Renvar and Argonaut, both of which were very inhospitable worlds, with the former being an ice planet and the latter being a desert. It's also possible, though unconfirmed, that the Galactic Marines fought in the battles of Liana and Hypori, as Kiadi-Mundi was present in both. If they did, however, then they suffered exceptionally high casualty rates in both. Kiadi-Mundi fought in the Battle of Geonosis, but it's unknown if the Galactic Marines were with him. While Mundi's prone liaison for the battle was Commander Jet, not Commander Bakara, it is possible that Jet's unit, which was comprised of specialized clone troopers, was actually part of the Galactic Marines. While this is pure speculation, it's definitely possible, especially since Jet's unit has never been named. After the Second Battle of Geonosis, Kiadi-Mundi's appearances are limited to Jedi Council meetings, most of which he was only present for by hologram. This leaves nearly an 18-month gap between his appearance in combat on Geonosis and his next appearance at the start of the Atherum sieges, with one exception that we'll get into later. The Galactic Marines don't appear at all, save during our exception during the space of time. They're absent for even longer if our theory about Geonosis is discounted. The Galactic Marines finally make their reappearance at the start of the Atherum sieges, when, under Kiadi-Mundi, they fought in the Battle of Boz Pity. For the assault on Boz Pity, the Jedi Council sends its best and brightest Jedi and their clone units to attack a Confederate stronghold, which was believed to be hosting Count Dooku, General Grievous, and Asajj Ventress at the same time. The Republic passed the CIS blockade of Boz Pity in the Star Destroyer Intervention, which crash-landed on the planet. Mundi led the Galactic Marines away from the crash site and, in conjunction with many other elite units, was eventually able to capture the CIS military base on the planet. Not long after, the Galactic Marines are known to have been fighting in the Atherum Siege's Sereno Fields, in which the Republic attempted to reclaim a swath of separatist space in the Outer Idiom, which included key separatist political powerhouses like Dooku's homeworld of Sereno and the hyperspace crossroads of Solano. The assault in the Sereno Theater began with a strip of worlds that bordered the Radama Void, and the Galactic Marines, in particular, were assigned to capture New Bornolix. In one well-documented skirmish on New Bornolix, the Galactic Marines were given prototype space trooper armor suits, which granted them enhanced strength, protection, and firepower. During the battle, however, the weapons of the suits all failed. Instead of ordering a retreat, however, Commander Bakara ordered the Marines to engage the enemy battle droids in hand-to-hand combat, and the Marines resorted to literally ripping apart enemy super battle droids with their enhanced strength. The Galactic Marines assumedly also fought the Mandalorian protectors that were present in the battle, over whom they also emerged victorious, taking New Bornolix for the Republic. A detachment of the Galactic Marines also fought in the Battle of Tula at the end of the Clone Wars, which was made necessary by Tula's inhospitable cold conditions. Neither Mundi nor Bakara was involved in the battle, however. The Marines present on Tula were instead led by Jedi General Sims Zora, alongside Commander Keller. The Galactic Marines eventually won this battle as well, albeit only after the execution of Order 66 and the deactivation of the Droid armies. Even if you don't count some of the speculation here, that's a decently long list of battles to be fair, but most of them are clustered either at the beginning or the end of the war, and some of them didn't even involve the whole unit. The question then still remains, what were the Galactic Marines doing for the rest of the war? The answer lies in that exception we mentioned earlier, the opening phases of the Battle of Magneto. In the later half of 21 BBY, the Republic began an assault on the intergalactic banking clan's stronghold world of Magneto. After the Battle of Munich, Magneto had become the IGBC's primary military staging ground, and on top of that, it was rich in rare energy crystals. The IGBC considered it a vault. The Republic, on the other hand, considered it a target. The Delta Squad was responsible for the initial actions on Magneto and notably sabotaged enemy ground defenses in preparation for a larger assault. Kiadi-Mundi and the Galactic Marines were assigned to Magneto for the said assault, exploiting the opening that the Delta Squad had made to land their troops across the planet and besiege enemy strongholds. But despite their early advantage, the Battle of Magneto quickly ground to a stalemate that lasted for the rest of the war. The Battle of Magneto was the longest battle of the Clone Wars, outlasting even the Battle of Atrakan and the Battle of Drongar. From 21 BBY to 19 BBY, the battle went on mostly unchanging, claiming the lives of untold numbers of clone troopers. It's unknown whether the Galactic Marines were present for the entire battle, but their conspicuous absence from most of the war implies that they were, or at least partly. It's even possible that the bulk of the unit was briefly transferred to Boz Pity and New Bornolix to compensate for unit shortages during the Outer Rim sieges before being transferred back, though that is of course speculation. Near the end of the Clone Wars, Supreme Chancellor Palpatine ramped up the Battle of Megiddo, declaring it a priority target and assigning massive assault fleets to reinforce Republic forces already present on the world. If the Galactic Marines weren't already fully deployed on Megiddo by this point, then they certainly were after it, and at long last started to make progress. Shortly before the Battle of Coruscant, they were joined in battle by the 501st Legion, which had been secretly assigned by Supreme Chancellor Palpatine to collect energy crystals for a certain Superlaser project. The Galactic Marines continued fighting on Megiddo as the events of Revenge of the Sith played out. In one particular part of the battle, Ki-Adi-Mundi and Commander Bakara led the Marines in a charge across a key bridge that divided Republic and Separatist-held parts of Megiddo, only for Bakara to receive Order 66. In the Galactic Marines' most well-known appearance, they gunned down Mundi on Bakara's orders and went on to capture Megiddo themselves. They were later reformed into the Imperial Galactic Marines. In summary, the Galactic Marines were seen relatively little during the Clone Wars because, for more than half of the war, they were busy fighting on Megiddo. It's a real shame, as it would have been amazing to see them in action in Star Wars The Clone Wars. Regardless, what did you think of the video? Do you have any suggestions for any other longer videos that we can make in the future? Post your thoughts in the comments section below. And it's also worth noting, guys, that we do have a whole video on Commander Bakara and Commander Keller, both of the clone commanders for the Galactic Marines, which I'll link in the end screen right after this, so make sure you check it out, and check out all the links in the description below to play some of our community games such as Gmod, Roblox, and to check me out on Patreon if you want to help to make the channel a little bit better than it is at the moment. Anyways guys, as always, thank you for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video, and make sure you check out those Commander profile videos. Over the course of this channel's lifetime, we've covered just about every well-known clone character available, plus a few lesser-known ones as well. We all know the stars of Star Wars The Clone Wars like Rex, Fives, Cody and Echo, but there are many other clone characters out there that appeared a few times but were forgotten. Today, we'll be remembering many of those clones, many of whom are from lesser-known expanded universe stories. Locke was a clone captain that served under Eeth Koth, a member of the Jedi Council in 21 BBY. His only known appearance was during the battle in the Arda system when Koth's ship was boarded by none other than General Grievous. Fearlessly, Locke led the defense of Koth's flagship, but his men were ultimately outmatched. When Koth ordered Locke to retreat to the ship's escape pods, he reluctantly complied and likely escaped the destruction of the warship. It's unknown what happened to him after that.
Status report.
See anything you like?
Get yourselves to the escape pods. I will deal with Grievous here.
But sir, they're commando droids!
That does not matter, Captain. Now go.
Stu was a clone gunner who served as a gunnery sergeant on the Republic Star Destroyer Endurance. Not much is known about him, aside from the fact that he had a cool armor design and he only appeared in one episode of the Clone Wars, namely Death Trap, the 19th episode of Season 2. In 21 BBY, Stu was present on the Endurance when a group from the Clone Youth Brigade came for a tour, and he stood over the young clones as they took shots with the Endurance's point defense guns. He was impressed by the shooting of a disguised Boba Fett, though in all likelihood, he probably ended up dead because of the young bounty hunter when Fett sabotaged the Endurance's engines.
I know that look. See why they call you Lucky. Well, let's
see how you are when Seppies come at you in tri-attack formation.
It's the chosen one. Slay any hive gods lately?
Another one-time clone officer, Commander Dox appeared in only a single issue of Star Wars Republic, but nonetheless proved his loyalty and his badassery. Dox's only known appearance was the Battle of Mercen, where he had been sent under Jedi General Ronar Kim with a small force of clones to eliminate a band of pirates. Instead, the Republic force found a massive droid army waiting for them. The battle was actually a trap laid by Darth Sidious that was intended to kill Kim, as we've discussed in detail in an older video. Dox faced certain death in the Battle of Mercen, but instead of trying to run from it, he fought alongside his Jedi General to the bitter end. He was incredibly loyal, and it's a shame that we never saw more of him. Denal appeared a few times in Star Wars The Clone Wars before his death at the hands of Cad Bane at the start of Season 2. He was a member of Tauren Company, which was led by Captain Rex, whom he served alongside during the First Battle of Geonosis. Denal notably participated in the mission to Skytop Station early in the war, and he was the only clone aside from Rex to survive it. Despite his skill, however, Denal was killed not long into the Clone Wars by Cad Bane, who stole his armor to escape a decaying Separatist warship. Denal was actually most notably featured in a tie-in video game that was part of the Clone Wars multimedia project, during which he received several promotions, including one to Commander. However, the canonicity of these promotions is unclear. Indeed, the whole game is generally a canonical mess. Since it's possible that one or two of Denal's promotions actually happened, it is unknown what rank he was at the time of his death. Jaigalar, who was more commonly known as Jag, was a clone captain that served under Plo Koon at the end of the Clone Wars. Jag was originally a commander and was in charge of a wing of gunships. He was a competent and aggressive pilot, but his skills failed him in the disastrous Battle of Catrassi. After Catrassi, Jag was demoted to captain and disgraced. Luckily for him, Plo Koon took notice of him and took Jag under his wing as a pilot for the Republic's ARC 170s. Jag repaid Koon for his kindness on Cato Nemoidia when he shot his Jedi General down in compliance with Order 66. Also known as CT-96/298, Alpha 98 was known both as Nate and Jango Tat and was an ARC captain that most notably served on Ord Cestus early in the war. On Ord Cestus, Jango Tat joined Obi-Wan Kenobi, Kit Fisto, and a group of specially trained clones alongside local freedom fighters in an effort to stop the Confederacy from using Ord Cestus to build an army of JK-13 Jedi killer droids. As part of the mission, Jango Tat helped train members of the Desert Wind, a rebel group that opposed the separatist government of the planet. One of the rebels just so happened to be Sheikah Tull, a woman that was once the girlfriend of Jango Fett himself. He fell in love with Sheikah himself, which led to an awakening of sorts for Jango Tat. He became more independent. At the climax of the mission on Ord Cestus, Jango Tat sacrificed himself to destroy the 5 families that ruled Ord Cestus, bringing an end to the threat they posed to the Republic. Jango Tat saved millions at the cost of his own life. Device was originally a clone captain and a veteran of many battles from the first Battle of Geonosis right through to some of the last battles of the Clone Wars. Device was exceptionally selfless and was known to have been willing to sacrifice his life for the lives of his men, for which he was honoured at least once. He was promoted to commander after the Battle of Altair 5 during the Outer Rim sieges, during which he improvised after his commanding Jedi was killed and ultimately was instrumental in the Republic's eventual victory. At the end of the war, Device was dispatched to participate in the Battle of Orto alongside Jedi General Nem Bees, who he killed a week into the fighting in compliance with Order 66. Commander Fey was the Kaminoan's ideal soldier. He was exceptionally loyal to the Republic, he was unwaveringly obedient, and he had next to no concept of individuality. This rigid lack of personality resulted in clashes with many Jedi, who Fey considered irrational and unfit to lead. He was ultimately placed under the command of General Opa Rancisis, one of the Republic's best tacticians, under whom he commanded a battalion of elite clones. Alongside similar units led by Commander Bly and Commander Neo, Fey fought through the siege of Seleucami, which he ultimately survived. Opa Rancisis, however, was not so lucky. He was killed by Sora Bulk during the siege. As a result, Fey and his unit were reassigned to Quinlan Vos. Vos and Fey weren't exactly a good fit. Faye's orthodoxy contrasted sharply with Voss's improvisation and rule bending, and the two hated each other. They were deployed together on Kashyyyk to be used as a flanking force during the assault on Kakarot, a maneuver that was ultimately successful. Order 66 was issued as the battle drew to a close, and Faye ordered a Juggernaut tank to fire its artillery at Voss after shooting Luminara Ordelia at point-blank range. Quinlan Voss survived the blast and ultimately killed Faye during the manhunt that followed. Apo was originally a sergeant in the 501st Legion, but by the end of the Clone Wars, he had risen to the rank of commander and took over command of the 501st from Captain Rex. Most notably, Apo commanded Operation Nightfall alongside Darth Vader and personally led his men in storming the Jedi Temple. Though he was injured by Padawan during the assault, Apo survived the operation and worked closely with Vader during the first month of the Jedi Purge. Apo accompanied Vader on Jedi-killing missions to Kessel, Alderaan, and Kashyyyk, displaying brutal efficiency and a high level of competence at every turn. Even after becoming a full Lord of the Sith, Darth Vader was still fond of Apo, who respected him and was a good match for his own ruthless tactics. Apo ultimately met his end on Kashyyyk, where he was decapitated by Rowan Shrine during an Imperial attack on the Wookiee veteran. So, those are 9 lesser-known clones from Star Wars Legends, and I want to know what you think. Did you know most of these clones, and did we miss anybody that you think should have been on here? Because we can do a part 2, so feel free to leave your thoughts in the comment section below. And just before you go guys, please make sure to check out my Patreon, as I'm now doing the whole YouTube thing full time for the rest of this year, so any amount helps increase the quality and quantity of videos provided on this channel. And also, if you're into gaming and you like Gmod, Roblox, or you just like role-playing with a clone, stormtrooper, or whatever, make sure you check out our Geetsley's Gaming Network. We currently have a Clone Wars roleplay, an Imperial roleplay, a Halo roleplay, and we also have our Roblox roleplay, which is a little bit more chilled out, but it's still a lot of fun. They're all a lot of fun, so make sure you check it out. All links are in the description below. Anyways guys, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next video. There are hundreds of clone characters in the Star Wars universe, both in Legends and canon. And though most of these clones don't even have a paragraph's worth of distinct backstory, there are many cool one-off characters that get caught up among them, as we illustrated in the first video of this type. Considering how well the first Unknown Clones video was received, we figured we'd do another one by popular demand. And so, without further ado, we give you Unknown Clones 2, Electric Boogaloo. Our first entry is probably familiar to most of you, but there's actually more to his story than meets the eye. In the very first episode of Star Wars The Clone Wars, Lieutenant Thire of the Coruscant Guard serves as leader of a small group of clones that accompanies Yoda to Rugosa to negotiate with King Katunku. But his story didn't end with that episode. Thire went on to be promoted to commander, and along with Republic Intelligence's infamous director, Armand Issar, he was responsible for the creation of Homeworld Security Command, which essentially put all of Coruscant in a state of military lockdown for the rest of the war. Alongside Commander Apo, Thire fought to stop the Confederacy from capturing the Senate during the Battle of Coruscant, though he was unable to stop Palpatine from being kidnapped. Thire actually appears in Revenge of the Sith. Ironically, he's the shock trooper command that Palpatine orders to search for Yoda's body after their battle in the Senate. CRC 09/571 is not a name that many people are familiar with, but it's almost a guarantee that all of you have seen it. 71, as he was often called, became the first ever clone liaison for a Jedi General during the Battle of Geonosis. when he worked with Yoda himself to coordinate SPH-A-T fire on the Trade Federation's 4 ships, as was seen in Attack of the Clones. In addition, 71 was one of only a few clones to survive the catastrophically bloody Battle of Keo, and also served alongside Mace Windu in the Battle of Halun. Unfortunately, that last battle cost him his life when he was murdered by Kar Vastal. Clone Trooper CT-1226 is important because of one defining trait. He fell in a hole. This trooper, who had no nickname, was part of the first Battle of Geonosis, where he was part of the assault on a major CIS stronghold. During the battle, 1226 was momentarily taken out of action when a malfunctioning ATT fired on his unit, though he ended up surviving, albeit with a broken heart. The rest of his story was pure luck. He awoke in a crater to watch a Hailfire droid drive overhead, which was followed by a B-2HA artillery battle droid. He opened fire on the B-2 and was able to knock it over, resulting in it shooting its missile at the Hellfire. This saved the many clone lives, and CT-1226 got a commendation for his actions, though he tried to refuse it, saying that the smartest thing he'd done was fall in a hole. Comet was a corporal in the famous Wolfpack, who was one of the unit's most frequently appearing characters. His first notable appearance was in the Battle of Korn, the same battle in which Commander Wolf lost an eye. During that battle, he had to deal with the incompetence of Major Ozzel, the same Ozzel that Darth Vader would later choke to death for his boneheaded stupidity in commanding the initial assault on Hoth. Comet was instrumental in the Republic's victory on Korn and went on to participate in a long list of rescue missions, including missions on Bangkor, Lola Seyu, Kadaver, and if you count on it, the moon of Obadia. He also fought in the Second Battle of Felucia.
All right, feed your light to that primeval.
Commander Phil was a veteran clone assigned as liaison to newly knighted Nadar Veb, for whom he was a good match or a bad match, depending on how you view their command styles. Like Veb, Phil was perhaps excessively eager and determined, though Phil had a bit more of a grasp on battlefield tactics. The two served together in several battles before participating in a fateful mission to the third moon of Vasek. On Vasek, Phil's skill allowed him to survive the initial encounters with General Grievous, but he ultimately met his match in the form of Gore, Grievous's pet robot.
Get him next time.
Commander Jet was another one of Commander from Star Wars The Clone Wars. He was Ki-Adi-Mundi's clone liaison during the Second Battle of Geonosis, which would suggest that he might have been part of the Galactic Marines, though this is completely unconfirmed. Jet was a resourceful commander and competent tactician, prepared heavily for combat. He was trained in a surprisingly wide variety of combat types, yet another indicator that he might have been a Galactic Marine. Commander Stone was yet another commander in the Coruscant Guard, who was assigned to diplomatic escort duties. Most notably, he served in this role in an ill-fated mission to Florin, where he was in charge of protecting Senator Karos and Representative Jar Jar Binks. Stone was a fairly shrewd commander. He had a good tactical sense, and though he knew and followed military protocol, he was not incapable of improvisation. Stone saved Binks' life twice during the mission to Florin, and was ultimately instrumental in rescuing Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi from Hondo Ohnaka. We might know next to nothing about him, but things would be amiss if we failed to mention this absolute madman. Commander Thrawn was an ARF Trooper commander, a clone commander variant not seen all that often. All we know about him was that he was present on Deveron during the battle for the Temple of Eden, and was unlucky enough to be one of the first clones to encounter Savage Opress, who charged at Trauma and his men with a large pipe. But did Commander Trauma back away? Did he order his men to fire at his exposed head from a distance? Did he take any reasonable precautions that one should take when being charged by a freakishly massive Zabrak warrior with an enchanted pipe that can take a blaster bolt right to the chest and survive? No, he did not. Instead, he ordered his men against him and proceeded to lead what remained of his unit in a charge right towards Savage. Needless to say, all of them were summarily butchered. So, as usual guys, what do you think? Do you want to see a part 3 of this with clones mentioned in comics and more obscure sources? Because we definitely don't have enough to do this just based on the Clone Wars and on the prequels. So, let me know your thoughts in the comment section below and what you want us to do next. And just before
before you go, guys, make sure you check out all the links in the description below if you want to join the wider Kingtons community, including those in the Discord and on our gaming servers, including Gmod and Roblox. There are a lot of fun, guys. You can game with the community and talk to the community outside of the YouTube comment section, so make sure you check out all those links, all located in the description below. Anyways, guys, as always, thank you for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video.
Watch your back. Invader incoming. They wanted a fight. You gave it to them. Your team's behind.
Clone Captain CC7567, more commonly known as Rex, is one of the most iconic characters to come out of Star Wars The Clone Wars, and he's the favorite character of many fans of the series. Rex is beloved because he is unique. He's an independent, free-thinking character with an outlook on life as a clone and on the war as a whole that isn't really shared by any other clones. But Rex wasn't always this way. Like all good characters, he evolved. In this video, we'll be tracing that evolution as it was presented in Star Wars The Clone Wars. This video is brought to you by Squarespace. Create your own unique online presence with Squarespace's all-in-one website building platform. Rex's character was one of the Clone Wars' most dynamic, who arguably underwent the most development of all. This was made possible by the nature of the character. Unlike many prominent figures in the show, Rex had no role in the movies, which gave the writers plenty of freedom. Since Commander Cody, the only other clone character to have had a major role from the very beginning, didn't fall into the same category, most of the character traits that the writers wanted to explore in clones were reflected in some way in Rex, which is part of why it is so unique. It also helps that Rex had a good starting model. As many of you likely didn't know, Rex wasn't part of the original concept of the show, not even when many of the other major characters in the series had been nailed down. Originally, his spot in the main character lineup actually went to Alpha 17, an ARC trooper from the expanded universe. This only changed when George Lucas objected to it on the basis that, together with Anakin, Ahsoka, and R2, the show had too many characters whose names started with an A. And so, Captain Rex came into being. Especially at the start of the show, it's very evident where the writers were drawing from Alpha to craft Rex. In terms of design, their armor is actually very, very similar. Both of them have similar blue color patterns, both wear pauldrons and karmas, and aside from the specific design of said attachments, the only real difference in appearance, at least conceptually, is that Rex has J-Guys and a rangefinder, while Alpha has neither. But the inspiration is evident in Rex's character too. Like Alpha, Rex is somewhat sarcastic, independent-minded, and he doesn't take crap from anyone, not even Jedi commanders like Ahsoka Tano, or the Padawan Pack in Alpha's case. That's not to say that the two characters are identical. Alpha is a lot darker than Rex, with his outlook being much more cynical and his methods being much more brutal. But with that said, there is an argument to be made for Rex's character as depicted in his earliest appearances being a kid-friendly version of Alpha's, and we personally suspect that the scripts for some of the earliest episodes were written with Alpha and that Rex was swapped in later. Rex's character does evolve from there, of course, though ironically, he does actually end up becoming more like Alpha as the show goes on, in that he adopts a darker outlook on the war. But then again, he becomes quite different as well. Alpha's cynicism about the Clone Wars brought him to an Imperial line of thinking, while Rex's cynicism led more to the Rebel side of things, but we'll get back to that later. But moving on from Alpha, let's address how Rex's character was introduced. Before we fully dive into that, however, we should address what his introduction actually was. As some of you may know, the Clone Wars wasn't always supposed to start with the movie. What became the movie was supposed to be 4 episodes, 1 arc of 3 and a standalone flashback episode. These weren't the first episodes to be written. The New Padawan, which was the title for the episode that would have been the movie's part of the Christosis battle, was actually the 14th in terms of writing order. The first episode of the Clone Wars to be produced was actually Downfall of a Droid. By taking Downfall of a Droid, the movie, and the hidden enemy into account together, we get the clearest picture of what Rex's character was originally supposed to look like. And in all 3 sources, one trait outshines all the others: ingenuity. From the very beginning, Rex thought outside of the box. He commanded a walker attack on battleships from an asteroid field, he outsmarted Asajj Ventress to tip the Jedi off to her presence without her noticing it, he repeatedly exploited the logical shortcomings of battle droids, and he was able to outthink Slick when he turned a traitor. Rex's ingenuity sets him apart from all of the other clones that were shown in Season 1, and it's a constant trait of his character in the show going forward, without much change. But while Rex's ingenuity didn't change in the show, it did actually lay the groundwork for what did change. From the very beginning, Rex's outlook on the war had evolved beyond that of your average normie clone. Most notably, his statement in the movie that experience outranks everything shows that he had already begun to think beyond what he had been indoctrinated to believe. But in comparison with Rex of later seasons, he was still very naive. A lot of the standard outlook is still alive and well in his mind at the start of the show, and while he isn't as dogmatic as the standard, he's definitely no rebel yet. This begins to change very quickly, however. That right there is the key. A lot of Rex's character is ultimately constant throughout the Clone Wars. His ingenuity, his leadership skills, his individualism, and his sense of duty don't change at all when it comes down to it. But what does change is the degree of belief he has in the Grand Army of the Republic and in the purpose of the war. Rex's development hinges on the gradual increase of his questioning of what he was indoctrinated to believe. With the events of the hidden enemy, Rex begins to question it for the first time as the existence of a traitor in clone ranks flies right in the face of what he had believed about the Grand Army. As we discussed in an earlier video, Slick's betrayal makes him think, both because of the betrayal in the first place and because Slick was, to a degree, absolutely right. There are a few other nuggets of development sprinkled throughout Season 1 as well, though none as significant as this one. In Rookies, for example, Rex's views on the duty and individuality of clones begins to shift as well. In Jedi Crash, the commonly held view of Jedi as nigh unkillable battle gods is shattered when he has to protect a badly wounded Anakin from nocturnal predators on Maridon. And in Trespass, he learns that not all orders are worth following. This development is ramped up somewhat in Season 2, even though Rex wasn't featured quite as much in prominent roles and there was less of a general focus on clones. He bears witness to more evidence of Jedi being imperfect in the season's very first episode on Felucia, but almost all of his character's development in that season stems from one episode, The Deserter. In The Deserter, as most of you probably know, Rex encounters a clone deserter and, after fighting alongside him, he eventually decides to let him live his life. This is extremely important. Just like in the hidden enemy, Rex is faced with a clone anomaly in the deserter, as just like with clone traitors, there aren't supposed to be clone deserters like Cut Lawquane. But here, the situation was more complicated. With Slick, he simply went from being friend to foe, and while there was moral nuance there, at the end of the day, it wasn't all that complicated. But Cut Lawquane was a different story. There, Rex had to decide for himself whether the same was true, whether, by nature of being a deserter, Cut had gone from friend to foe automatically. His training said yes, but as Cut did nothing to his face to deserve that assumption, Rex gave him the benefit of the doubt. And when Cut proved himself by defending Rex and his family from commando droids, Rex made the choice for himself, and for the first time, he broke from his training in a major way, independent of outside influence. This was yet again another major step for him. Rex's evolution in Season 3 followed a different path. Over the course of the season, with the loss of esteemed clone brothers like 99 and Echo, Rex gradually became disillusioned with the war itself. This was a different sort of break from training, but still an important one. This is where the breed of dark sarcasm that Rex expresses frequently at the start of the show starts to turn into cynicism, both about the purpose of clones and about the war as a whole. This leads right into Season 4's Umbara arc. Though it's hard to tell from watching the show, this, alongside Rex's newfound willingness to break from training in favor of what he considers to be right, was actually a very important crossroads for his character. There were two directions in which he could have gone from this point forward, two ways in which the writers could have taken him. One path led to what we call a rebel mindset earlier, seeing the darkness of reality and setting out to make it better in whatever small ways he could. The other path led to the opposite, seeing the darkness of reality and deciding that the only remedy was decisive, brutal, and from a single consistent authority. The latter path, what we'll call the Imperial path, was where Alpha's character had already gone. If Rex had still been Alpha, that's exactly what would have happened. But he wasn't, and this was the writer's chance to prove this. This crossroads in Rex's character was a major sub-theme in the Umbara arc. His conflict with Krell began emphasizing the different ways in which Rex had evolved over the show, both in his view of the purpose of clones and his regard for orders and protocol. Ultimately, this leads to the choice itself. Rex actually dodges the choice for a good third of the arc, refusing to endorse or shut down Fives, Jesse and Hardcase when they work against Krell's orders, and generally towing the line for most of the arc. But Krell ultimately forces Rex to make the choice, and then the character finally comes into his own. We all know how the Umbara arc ended, and with that ending, Rex chose the rebel path. Instead of going down the path of cutting moral corners in the name of order, Rex went down the path of going against order in favor of what's right. There are minor developments for Rex after this, but everything after this choice is just added detail. Umbara, when it comes down to it, was the end of Rex's character arc. The evolution that began with Slick's betrayal and ended with Krell's, and everything after that simply served to reinforce the development that had already occurred, driving Rex further down the rebel path. His work arming a group of rebels on Onderon, his sympathy toward Ahsoka Tano after she was framed for a terrorist attack, and his experiences during Fives' fall from grace and ultimate death reinforced developments that had already been made. His disregard for protocol, his trusts and instincts over orders, and his cynicism toward the war. Star Wars The Clone Wars was never truly finished, and while that's soon going to change, it doesn't really matter in regard to Rex's character arc. Though we have yet to see how his character will perform in Season 7, we could have guessed right from the end of the Umbara arc. Inhibitor chips notwithstanding, from that point forward it was perfectly clear at the end of the show. Rex would side with the Jedi against the Empire when Order 66 went down. When caught between his training and those he respected, he would choose the Jedi. More specifically, he would choose Ahsoka Tano. And just quickly guys, a little bit more about Squarespace. If you're looking to create a powerful online presence and you want a sleek, good-looking website, then Squarespace is the platform for you. So if you're looking for a platform that allows you to easily create any website that you desire, then make sure you head to squarespace.com for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/Geetzlies. That's squarespace.com/Geetzlies to save 10% off your first purchase. So that's our analysis of Captain Rex's evolution as a character, but as per usual guys, I want to know what you think. How much of this had you figured out on your own, and if this is new to you, let me know in the comments section below. And just before you go guys, make sure you check out all those links in the description below if you want to join the wider Geeksleys community. We have our Geeksleys Gaming Network if you want to game on Gmod and Roblox. We also have all of our Discord servers if you just want to chat with other Star Wars fans like yourself. And lastly, if you are a history buff, then I do have my second history channel that's growing and growing, and we post quality videos there every single week, so make sure you go check that out as well guys. Anyways, as always, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video.
We'll be watching.
The other one.
Nobody has ever claimed that the Clone Wars were a pleasant conflict. Despite lasting for only 3 years, it was one of the largest and deadliest wars in the history of the Star Wars galaxy. And even the lighter depictions of it, which include Star Wars The Clone Wars, still don't shy away from the fact that there was plenty of dying and plenty of unpleasantries. But even so, there is an even darker side to the Clone Wars, one which is often just not featured in some of the more widely known sources. In this video, we'll be diving into them. As a word of warning, this video is going to be a lot more freeform than most of our content, as it covers a fairly broad topic. With due hope, we should be able to catch a lot of stuff here that wouldn't merit individual videos on their own. If you like how this turns out, please do let us know, as it is a bit of an experiment and feedback could lead to more of these in the future. With that said, let's dive right into some of the lesser known and darker aspects of the Clone Wars.
Attention, Sergeant on deck!
So let's start with the Jedi. The Jedi are often depicted as the tragic heroes of the Clone Wars, generals leading clone troops in a futile bid to preserve the Republic. Sure, there were outliers like Pong Krell, but for the most part, the Jedi are depicted more like Obi-Wan Kenobi, through the lens of pure-hearted heroes. Order 66 put a tragic end to these heroes through this lens, victim of dark treachery orchestrated by their own men. But in truth, in many cases, the clones did nothing wrong, and the Jedi deserved it. Most generals were, honestly, more like Pong Krell than Obi-Wan Kenobi, just without the deliberate evil. To put it bluntly, most Jedi were totally awful generals. That's not necessarily their fault. The Jedi Knights were an order of peacekeepers, beings whose job it was to prevent or prematurely end wars, not wage them.
Hey kid,
very few were capable of the role that they were forced into during the Clone Wars, and of course, this was entirely intentional. But that doesn't completely excuse how most Jedi handled their command. Many saw their clones as little more than living droids and sacrificed them, compensating for their non-existent tactical skills by just sending out droves of meat shields. Most clones were mistreated by their commanding officers, and though most of them didn't care, some of them resented it enough to derive a level of satisfaction from Order 66, as the likes of Commander Bukhara expressed. In itself, the life of a clone sucked. It's not just CIS propaganda that the Republic was using an army of slaves. They very much were. Even civilians treated the clones more like battle droids than actual men, and most feared or distrusted them on some level. Their superiors didn't treat them much better. Unfortunately, the Republic lifted standard methods of housing and caring for their clones directly from the Kaminoans, and as we well know, the Kaminoans were far from humane in how they treated their creations. As a result, clones often found themselves being treated like livestock by their commanders, like subhuman beings destined only for the slaughter. The rebellion of clones like Slick and Spar makes more sense when you consider that, for the most part, they were entirely right about how their brothers were treated. While their reactions to this aren't exactly excusable, this shared observation was nonetheless disturbingly correct. Furthermore, life on the battlefield was even worse for clones. Republic intelligence made a massive number of blunders during the Clone Wars, which meant units were under-equipped and unprepared for the environments in which they would be fighting. The Battle of Felucia is a perfect example of this. In that battle, clones were thrust into combat without any sort of preparation for local predators, the dangerous nature of the planet's jungles, or even local diseases, many of which were nasty flesh-eating varieties. This point seems like as good of a time as any to bring up a rarely mentioned level of nastiness that actually applies to all of the conflicts in Star Wars, not just the Clone Wars. Blasters were incredibly messy weapons, much worse than real-world firearms or even laser weaponry. Blasters do not fire lasers, they fire concentrated high-energy particle beams which cause damage primarily because of kinetic energy. Contrary to popular belief, blaster bolts don't generate heat on their own. But upon impact, the kinetic energy generated by the blast does. The most notable result is a small but violent explosion, which can blow chunks out of Duracrete and deform most materials. However, blaster bolts have a much nastier effect when they come into contact with living tissue. The liquids inside organics struck by blaster bolts evaporate in the area near the blast side, expanding internally and doing grievous damage to the surrounding tissue. This made blaster bolts incredibly painful and destructive, and for soldiers that fought in the Clone Wars, this sort of pain was just another day-to-day reality. But those that fought in battles in which neither side used blasters actually got it even worse. On Dronga, a planet home to a powerful healing herb, both the Republic and CIS equipped their soldiers with vibroblades and similar weapons so as to diminish harm to the plants. The result was pure carnage. Medical centers on the planet were flooded for most of the battle by hordes of soldiers with all manner of nasty vibroblade injuries, as the vibration cells integrated into the vibroblades allowed them to cut quickly, efficiently, and deeply through flesh, muscle, and bone alike. The Clone Wars are generally viewed through the lens of the Republic being good guys and the Confederacy being bad guys, a view promoted by nearly every Clone Wars story there is. But even Star Wars The Clone Wars, which presents one of the lightest takes on the conflict, makes clear that the dynamic is much more complicated than that. For the Clone Wars and several other stories, this simply meant establishing that there were heroes on both sides. But the opposite was true as well, and there were more villains in the Republic than just Palpatine and his agents. Just as the Confederacy committed atrocities during the Clone Wars, the Republic had its own share of attacks that massacred civilians. While the CIS is rightfully regarded as callous overall, with the use of living shields on Ryloth, the testing of bioweapons on civilian worlds, and the annihilation of entire communities as a means of spreading messages serving as prime examples, the Republic should also be remembered for its own examples of callous tactics. After all, the Empire didn't just come from nowhere, and the roots of the Imperial military were thoroughly ingrained in that of the Republic. As an example, take the Battle of Atrakan. The Republic invaded Atrakan at the start of the Clone Wars thanks to its Dunium mines, which were a plentiful source of material necessary for warship construction. Atrakan was a separatist world owned by the Commerce Guild, and the battle there lasted for over a year, killing 90% of its population and resulting in the planet becoming completely uninhabitable. The Confederacy, as some of you likely know, was responsible for the latter part, having poisoned Atrakan's water table when it became clear that the Republic was going to win the battle. But the Republic did just as much damage as the Confederacy. They were winning in the first place because of Operation Katabatic, a campaign in which Republic bombers indiscriminately shelled civilian targets without warning or any chance for evacuation. This destroyed Atrakan's infrastructure and killed most of its population long before the Confederacy even considered poisoning the world. And it's just one example of Republic treachery. Our next example is perhaps even worse, as the order for this attack was given by a Jedi. The Battle of Basadro saw the Republic once again attacking a Commerce Guild mining world. This time, clone forces were under the command of a Jedi, Emphatigios Brand to be precise. In the latter stages of the battle, hoping for a quick victory, Brand ordered his troops to bomb out a rock formation that was sheltering the enemy command bunker, launching shrapnel into the air that shredded the droid army protecting it. This shrapnel didn't just shred the droids, however, it also shredded an entire village of local, unaffiliated miners, resulting in hundreds of civilian casualties. This wasn't just unhappy circumstance either. It was willful. as the village was there before the order was given, and the likelihood of its destruction would have undoubtedly been known to General Brand. The Republic emphasized victory over saving civilians many times during the Clone Wars, increasingly so as the conflict wore on. That said, the Confederacy's atrocities were still much worse. In particular, General Grievous was responsible for atrocities that claimed billions of civilian lives, which were intended to terrify the Republic into surrender. At Duro, Grievous raised the entire surface of the planet to destroy its industrial capabilities, and treated civilian space cities like enemy battle stations.
Hostiles at the tree!
At Lodorvia, Grievous released the virulent strain of the Brainrot Plague that killed every human in the entire sector. And at Humbarine, in one of the most callous attacks in galactic history, Grievous subjected a city planet that had been a Republic founding world to a full base Delta Zero strike. This caused the planet's crust to melt, and the entire population of the planet died horribly. The Clone Wars were one of the most intensive conflicts in history as far as civilian casualties went, and this is because of one dark truth that underwrites the entire conflict. The Clone Wars were not the Republic waging war on the Confederacy, or the Confederacy waging war on the Republic. Thanks to the manipulations of the Sith, both sides were waging war on the entire civilian population of the galaxy. As far as Darth Sidious was concerned, the more civilian bloodshed, the better. More mass casualties meant more fear in those that survived, and more fear made them more likely to accept the Empire. So, those were some of the darker elements of the Clone Wars that we thought we'd shine some light on. As we said earlier, this video is a little bit of an experiment, and with that said, I want to know if you like this looser format or not, so make sure you let me know in the comments section below. And as per usual guys, just before you go, make sure you check out all the links in the description below, where you can check out my Geetsies Gaming Network, all of our Discords, and my second history channel if you are into history. As always guys, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video.
Target! Burn it down!
In a recent video, we looked into the Journal of the 501st Legion, the story campaign for the original Star Wars Battlefront 2, and how it shed light on the Clone Wars. By popular demand, we're doing a part 2 for that video, this time detailing the parts of the campaign set in the Imperial era. This time, we'll be looking at the Imperial 501st and what their recorded experiences say about what it was like to serve in the Galactic Empire.
That's one. 10 seconds left. You have to want the dark to wield it.
During the rise of the Empire, the Emperor's home planet of Naboo rapidly established itself as a major
Portals up! Go look him in the eyes.
After a number of Naboo's ambassadors were sent home in various states of dismemberment,
high-value
her newly
target
elected
is down
queen broke
and
off
out.
diplomatic ties and began exploring military options.
You're invading! Make a mess.
It was time for a regime change. Change that would be affected by the 501st, now under the direct command.
One down. Relax. You'll get a chance to ride again.
Take out their leader, sending a clear signal to other sections of the planet. With the Queen eliminated, Naboo quickly fell in line. It was the first time the 501st was called
Hostiles
upon
at the
to
trees.
adjust a planet's government. But it wouldn't be the last. In months, the 501st gained as well-deserved reputation as Vader's first.
In case you didn't notice, the rebellion of Naboo in this clip was described in terms that could reasonably have been applied to many separatist worlds during the Clone Wars. This is intentional. To the Empire, early rebellions were indistinguishable from separatism, and they were treated similarly. The 501st's Naboo operation was no different at all from many similar missions ordered by the Republic during the Clone Wars. To Imperial soldiers and Imperial citizens as well, there was no difference between these new rebels and the CIS.
people never seemed to get the message. Noah's case of denial was Gizo Delso, a Geonosian separatist who somehow escaped Lord Vader's evidence. Lord Vader tracked
Invader
him to
down.
Mustafar.
You're
Brought
clear.
us in to finish the job. It seemed like a simple enough mission. When we saw the fleet of droid ships hovering over the planet, we suddenly realized that Delso's denial mechanisms
Most straight. The blockers must die, sister.
As we've discussed in an
Invaders
earlier
here.
video,
Brace
the Clone Wars didn't end for many parts of the galaxy with the mission to Mustafar. For years after the declaration of the New Order, the Empire justified its existence in wars against the remnants of the CIS. Gizo Delso was one such holdout, and though he was a rarity in that he continued to use battle droids, there were many leaders like him across the galaxy that the Empire had to put down for years after the end of the Clone Wars. The Separatist
Invaders
holdouts
gone.
were eventually
Get 'em
wiped
next
out,
time.
of course, and those Separatists that survived went on to join the Rebel Alliance.
By the time we made our way to the molten surface of Mustafar, it was apparent that Delso had been abysmally exposed. All by his lonesome, he found a previously hidden droid factory,
Vader inbound.
fired it up and cranked out his own private army of battle droids. Needless to say, he's got the men of the
Opposing
final
team
first.
summoned a prime evil. If they kill it, they win this. Portals up. Go look them in the eyes.
Be told we'd all had our fill of the spearhead during the war.
Invader down. Your allies a hero. Your allies invading the other side. Ally is down. Pulling them back. Hostiles inbound at the beach. You're nearly there. Fill the bank. Get that primeval up. Portal's ready. Go say hello. You're invading. Make a mess. Relax. You'll get a chance to ride again. Hey, you've got enough to pull a primeval. Bank those motes. All right, you can still win this. Burn that primeval to the ground. Invader on the field. Careful. Portal's up. Go look him in the eyes. Invader's gone. Get him next time. Your allies invading. Invader on the field. Careful. invaders off the field. Portal's ready. Grab your gun. Allies headed to the other side. Weaponized your light! Cook that primeval! Drifter's hungry! You're ahead! Invader on the field! Careful! Up. Go look him in the eyes. Invaders out. You'll get them next time. Your allies invading. You've lost the lead. Burn that primeval down. Invaders here. Brace yourself. Your ally neutralized the invader. Make that primeval eat your life. Portal's up. Go take him out. Embrace the darkness. Take out those guardians. Relax. You'll get a chance to ride again. Your team's behind. Vader inbound. Hunt. 1 minute left. Portal's ready. Grab your gun. Invaders out. You'll get them next time. Your allies invading the other side. 30 seconds remain. Seconds. It's over. Time wasn't in your favor. All right, feed your light to that primeval.
What's that sound?